Welcome. It is Monday, January 10th. This is the Superintendent's Workshop of the School District of Indian River County. We are located in the Joe N. Idolette Junior Teacher Education Center. And at this time, I'd like to recognize the superintendent to give us the different items that you have to bring to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And if I haven't said so already, Happy New Year to each and every single one of you.
Happy New Year.
We're looking forward to a absolutely outstanding new year. And as such, one of my New Year's resolutions is to ensure we as a district keep the main thing. In order to ensure that I hold true to that, I'm going to move the last presentation to be the first presentation, which is the mid-year data review. And as the staff brings up this presentation, this is a data set that looks at K-8 performance in reading and math. This is our iReady data. Next time we come together, I'll bring information regarding our secondary schools. But this is the opportunity to give you an update as to the progress that we're seeing over the course of the start of the school year through December 17th. And I want to draw your attention to what has been a very, very struggling time over the last 2 years. And if you think of a kindergarten or a current second grade student, when they were in kindergarten, they were sent home in March of their kindergarten year. Last year, which would have been their first grade year, we had students return at a percent of 62 in terms of returning to brick and mortar. And then over the course of the year, we moved ourselves to 85% of students starting that second semester. We celebrated that. We were excited about that. We also dealt with the ins and outs of quarantines and students having COVID and teachers being exposed and having to quarantine. So to say by any means that last year was a regular school year would be drastically incorrect. When we started this school year, which would be in this scenario, this child's second grade year, we had schools for the first month, 5-6 weeks of school hovering around 60% attendance because of the Delta variant. The last 3 years have been absolutely complex, hard to deal with when it comes to the teaching of our children. And I say all of that to bring our awareness to the reality in which we're currently sitting. Right now, we're in the midst of another spike. We had a total of 221 staff have test positive for COVID from August 10th to December 17th, which is our first semester. Currently, when we left on Friday, that number was at 65, just 1 week back. So you can see there is a drastic increase in how fast people are being identified as positive. So we are not out of the woods when it comes to the impact that this pandemic is having on the quality of education for our children. So as I set up the last 3 years, I kind of want to go through and make a comparison to where we were prior to the pandemic and where we are now, and where we're seeing the biggest impacts. So if you look at the data set that's on the screen now, you'll see this is our growth from the beginning of the school year through December 17th. And you'll see in K2, in reading, significant improvement. You'll see significant improvement in each of these data sets. 3-5, our lowest 25%, which would be our fifth graders and our students who have been retained. And you see significant growth for them as well. You always want to see your lowest 25 growing at a faster rate than you do the total set, because they have more to grow. And that's exactly what you see in this data set. You'll see in the coming slides that this is very comparable in terms of the growth from the beginning of the school year through the mid-year point. So we're proud about the growth, even despite the obstacles that we faced at the opening of schools with the hard start and the shutting of schools and the percent of 65% of our students being in school because of the Delta variant. When you look at math, it's very comparable. Once again, you're seeing growth. You're seeing growth at all levels, minimal growth in 6 through 8, which is very typical when you look at previous years, and we'll see that in the coming slides. but you see lowest 25%, almost tripling that specific growth. And that kind of talks through some of the data and disaggregation of that data that we're using really to drill down and be specific on how we're providing instruction for students. And we're going to really tie our next presentation, which is Dr. McMahon's data presentation, into some of that. As we move forward in the coming slides, math is going to be a larger impact across the state, across the nation. You simply cannot climb a ladder and then miss certain rungs of the ladder and just jump forward. We have to teach those prerequisite skills. And we're seeing this compounded impact on the students who missed those rungs of that specific ladder. So we're seeing a dramatic impact in math. Now, let's go back and compare us to 18-19 from 21-22. And you look at our K-2 students. You see in 18-19, when school year started, it was at 26%, and then 23% when we started this particular school year. And then you see a growth of 34% in 18-19, a growth of 29. The growth of 29, given the opening of schools in a student who has had a disruption in every single year of their school experience, is the reality that you're going to see across the state. So there is very specific action that needs to be taken to ensure that we're recouping the impact of these kids. Talking about learning loss and thinking that it's done and it's something that's already been resolved is not a reality. There's additional work that needs to be done when we have children in our schools and ultimately across the United States that had been impacted every year of their schooling experience. Now you see it begin to level out in grades 3 and 5 and 6 through 8. As a reminder, these are the accountability areas. So we don't want to say everything is fine, because when you just look at accountability, we're doing okay. We want to keep our focus in on our K1 and 2 students. But when you look at 18-19 in reading, you see we started at 37 and grew to 52 in 2019. And this year we started at 38 and we grew 15, a 2% difference, but only 1% off where we were pre-pandemic. Now, two things I want to point out, one of which I already have, which was the rocky start that we had. It wasn't until October, the first week in October, that we hit the attendance that we had pre-pandemic, which was 91, 92, and that still needs to be improved upon. But it was until October. That's the first 9 weeks. So to be 1 percentage point off where we were with that start is something we should celebrate. Not be satisfied with, but acknowledge the hard work that our teachers and administrators are doing. The other is that this district in 18-19 took this assessment the 3rd and 4th week in January going into February. Now, the intent of this data is to drive instruction, to modify instruction based on the reality in where students currently sit. This is an informative assessment. What is it informing? It's informing instruction. We've taken this data during the month of December. So when we come back this week or last week, we already know, we already have disaggregated that data. We've already made those shifts and changes to those assignments. So when you're comparing this data set, there's about 20 to 25 more days of instruction in 18-19 in comparison to 21-22. So we have already regrouped our students. We've already made those shifts and modifications to make that move. And to finish this slide, when you look at 18-19 for our 6th through 8th graders, once again, we're at the exact same place in reading than where we were in 18-19 with basic same rate of growth. So in reading in grades 3 through 8, we're right back to where we wanted to be. And as I said, when I took this position, that's not where we want to be. It's just recouping the loss of the pandemic and setting such a higher expectation in terms of where we want to go. Now, when you're looking at math, once again, you're seeing the compounded impact of the pandemic play itself out in a much larger and more aggressive way in math. So you see we're a 9% percentage point difference in K1 and 2. When you look at grades 3 through 5, it is now a 10 percentage point difference, but you see the rate of growth as we started is still typical. So we're growing even with the challenges that we've had at the beginning of the school year and less days to instruct in comparison to the 21-22 data set. You're still seeing us growing at a very good clip. And the same thing with 6 through 8. It's very comparable in terms of the amount of growth, but there is still work yet to be done when you're looking at math. So some of the trends and implications of this data set, board members, these actions really have taken place. We took these assessments the first, second, third week during December, and we challenged and worked with principals really to disaggregate this data, regroup students to re-identify where are the gaps. Where do we extend the opportunities for learning for students? Just not giving them more time, but identifying the actual deficiency and filling that time with the appropriate intervention based on the data. That work has already been done. We will be meeting with our principals once again this week. Even though the struggles that we're in right now, we're not going to take our foot off the gas. Extended learning opportunities. We have continued what we call our A2 interventions, which is before school, during lunch, after school interventions. Not an all-call intervention or, hey, come if you will, but very specific to the needs of those students. So we are also looking at what we're doing going into summer. So in the coming months, we're going to provide this board with a summer school update. And we're going to be looking at extending the learning in a very drastic and severe way for our K1 and 2 students as they go into the next grade level. Because without that additional time for the appropriate students, we're never going to be able to close the gap. We'll also be looking at our extended learning opportunities through our partners. We have all celebrated the amount of support we as a school district receive from outside organizations who support our mission and align themselves with our mission. We need to continue to work to be more specific in identifying and making sure that outreach that is being provided is being exposed to the right students. That's going into the summer. That's going into the school year. So there's an additional amount of work that we need to be done. So we will be able to, as we move through this year, I'm very comfortable in where you look large scale in terms of the growth that you'll see at the end of our school year based on what we're currently doing. But make no mistakes about it, we're not out of the woods. There is additional work that needs to be done for the next 3 to 5 years, truly to offset the impacts of this pandemic. So our next presentation is really to begin to look at how we're using data. It's a follow-up presentation to a request from board member Jones regarding some of the data sets that we use and how we're really using that data set to drive instruction. But I'll pause right there and answer any question board members may have.
Board members, anybody?
One quick question. And I may have misheard you, so I just want to clarify. For the learning losses, did I hear you say that you were going to pull certain kids during lunch to make up some of their time? Did I hear that right?
Yes, which is a typical practice that we have been doing, looking at the time that we have available to provide very specific interventions to remediate those specific skills that's being identified through the data.
And just a question, because I admit not being the expert on this. My concern is that in what are already tough moments, that when we pull kind of like the free time, the lunch time that the kids have, the impact that that potentially has on, you know, either well-being or behavior issues, and that we be attentive to that.
I think that is in the onset or the development of, that is a non-negotiable expectation. That this is in no ways a punishment, but ultimately crafted in a way in which it's a reward. So when you go into schools and you see these students having this opportunity, they see it as a celebration with a specific teacher, with a lunchtime buddy group, being pulled in the cafeteria. We have to continue to be very vigilant on how we're providing these opportunities. And when you just say you're going to, you know, you have to have remediation, or you have to, you
to do
lose
math
the
during
kid
lunch.
at, you know, from the very, very beginning. So I think our principals have done an outstanding job in doing that. When you look at some of the after-school programs that are taking place, once again, that's an opportunity for celebration. Very specific interventions taking place, and the kids look forward to participating in them. And when you look at the learning gains that we're going to experience this particular year, we're going to celebrate that ability to be so specific in meeting the needs of kids and maximizing the time that we do have.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? It's kind of out of order, but I'm going to ask. I used to do lunch bunch groups, which is what we referred to it as, and the kids loved it. They would come with me and learn science, skill, and love it for lunch. But that's elementary. Are we doing that in middle school and high school that way, or what are we doing?
Very, very similar approaches. You know, the names change.
Yeah, not lunch bunch, I'm sure.
But it's not lunch, but
Okay.
we do maximize that time as well.
Okay, and that's positively accepted by middle schoolers and high
Absolutely,
schoolers?
and
Okay.
it really is. You know, we're not, twisting their ear to go.
Okay, got it. Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Dr. Moore, for starting out with something that is very important. And this may be more when Dr. McMahon comes up, but with math, and we go into summer school, I think we all learned that, if they're not doing well during the regular year, how do we make this a little bit different in summer school? And I know last year we did the crossover mission with the athletics and the math and so forth, so I just encourage you to continue to look at programs that the kids will be interested in, because summer school's tough, going after the whole year and with what these kids have gone the last couple of years. But when I did follow up the crossover, I saw some gains, but I just like looking at different ways to approach it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barefoot?
No, I mean, Dr. Moore's heard me talk. In fact, we had a breakfast last spring with the Learning Alliance, talking about the possibility of adding another arm to their initiatives focused on math, and it was a good discussion. It didn't produce necessarily any results, but my experience is that, yes, you've got to be able to read, but if you're not proficient in math, you are going to be behind the 8 ball forever. So it's important as early literacy as math is right up there as well. It's just kicks in at a little later age point. So I think anything we can do is it's necessary, if not required.
You're right. Math literacy is just as important as what we consider literacy, but it's actually called math literacy when you're teaching it in schools. Question I have is, are you going to come to us with specific interventions? I don't mean tell us, what products you're using, but that would be nice. What interventions do you have right now, since we see the urgency here with math? How urgent are we getting other than lunch bunch groups? What are we doing?
Through the chair, what we've done is we have our tiered instruction. The most meaningful way to offset declines in data is to get it right the first time, which is core instruction. So having the ability really to introduce the concept, fully teach it, and as you implement that new lesson, you're specifically differentiating the students as you introduce that new concept. So filling in the gaps that they have as it relates to the introduction of that new topic, and then continuing to embed into the school year a consistent dose from day 1 to day 180 to address their defined deficiencies that may be 1 year or 2 years or 3 years below the grade level in which they're currently in. That's tier 2 instruction, and then above and beyond the intervention, which is tier 3 interventions. So a lot of work has gone into really doing those those strategies, which are built into the schedule with absolute fidelity. Not using an intervention curriculum that is beneath the standard, or using an intervention standard that isn't addressing the actual deficiency of the student, but taking the time, and that's some of the data set that we have, to ensure students are appropriately appropriately placed, students are receiving the appropriate intervention based on the defined deficiency, and that we're monitoring and pulling students up to the standard based on the data. So the constant regrouping in the evaluation of the growth. The other impact of that is to really ensure that you're very public with your practice. This isn't something that you sweep away and put into a closet and you never talk about. Through common planning, teachers are having the conversations on the impact that they're having with their students through the core instruction, through tier 2, through tier 3, to ensure that we're seeing that particular growth. And when they're not seeing the growth, it's not a bad thing, because you're able to ask for help and support, or to problem solve, or to connect them to some other services that they may need. One of the things that we're seeing as we problem solve, and this is some of the power of Dr. McMahon's data, it's not the instruction that's the problem. It's the attendance that's the problem. It's not the instruction that's the problem. It's that I don't have power in my house. It's not the attendance, or it's not the instruction that's the problem. It's that I'm scared. I don't know when I get off the bus if my mom and dad are going to be home. So it's really ensuring that we're having the appropriate conversations to get to the root cause of each and every single child. So I think the problem solving that's taking place over the last 2 years is one of my points of privilege and pride in terms of what we've really been able to build, and not only in terms of the data, but the kinds of conversations that we're having to accelerate the growth of students.
Okay, with that being said, then what supports concerning parents do we have with helping their student with if they're behind? For example, I remember when I was teaching elementary school, 1 year math facts were pushed to practice at home, and then next thing we knew, no math facts, no practicing flashcards, none of that. So where are we with things like that now?
I think the answer to that question, Madam Chair, is really goes back to the open and honest communication with parents. And when you do this one overarching strategy, you're really teaching to the middle.
Right.
Versus saying these are, and to be very specific to answer your question, how the protocol in which we're having conversations with parents has drastically changed. The expectation around grades being reflective of the child's ability to master standards in the classroom has drastically changed. So not only are we using data to inform instruction for teachers to deliver to students, but as a result, we can be much more explicit with the defined needs that where children are struggling to give that information to parents. So whether it's just multiplication facts or whether it's whatever the concept is, we can be more specific because we're using the data to not just, here's your participation grade or you filled out the homework. We have to continue to be very, very explicit in what we're teaching and where children are mastering it. I think some of the work that we've done with the addition of a parent, coordinator really helps that offering and improving the communication and opening our doors. And now that our schools are open, you're seeing higher levels of communication and understanding in terms of what's happening in our classrooms.
So then our progress reports and report cards then, the ones that we're using right now currently, appropriate for giving parents these updates on what their child is behind on and is handling
No,
well?
that absolutely not.
That's what I
And
thought.
let me be clear, because if the expectation is for us to communicate 4 weeks, 4.5 weeks into a 9-week grading period, and if that's the expectation, we as a board and me as a superintendent has set a very, very low bar. One of the things that we negotiated with our contract is to ensure that grades are being entered on a weekly basis. So any day of the week, at any time of the day, a parent can go on the Focus, the Parent Focus, and look at where their student is, where their grades are. So they have that information available at the palm of their hands versus waiting 4 or 5 weeks to know. And what a shame if a parent has to wait on 4.5 weeks of progress to find out their son is not progressing in a class. So, and that's one of the things that we've put into our contract, and that just, once again, increases the level of communication by using the technology that we have available for us. And teachers, and parents need to be able to work together. And that is one way in which they can communicate with each other regarding the progress of their children.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? We're good? Okay.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rosario. I didn't realize you were there.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize. I'm not in. I'm just not feeling well, but I do have some questions with regard to this, and they're really just some of my comments are really repeated, I suppose. Something personally that I'm going to share, an experience that I've had with my son that I have noticed with regards to math, is that he's always had, that was always his weakest area. And he's always struggled with it. We changed curriculum. I don't know how many times. I've shared this with Dr. Moore before. And this year, we actually changed the curriculum to something called Math UC. I know that Dr. Moore is familiar with Math UC. It is it has been a night and change difference. And I think taking a look at the math curriculum and how we actually provide this information to our students makes a big difference. So what I noticed is that the prior curriculums that he has used over the last, I don't know how many years, became very confusing to him because they would teach a lesson and there were some examples to practice that new lesson skill. And then there were probably 5 to 6 pages of scaffolding examples that included work from previous chapters. There weren't enough activities or there weren't enough examples to allow him to master that new skill for that new lesson. So by the time he goes on to the next lesson, he's learning a new skill with very little practice in that new skill, and then doing multiple pages of scaffolding from previous assignments. So he's still not mastering that learned new skill. So you're finding that these kids, what I realized is that they're stuck because they're not mastering the skill that they have originally, or what they were originally supposed to learn. Math UC is one of those curriculums that changed the entire trajectory for my son. And I know that there are children out there who need the same kind of support. Because what Math UC does is that they teach there's a lesson, and there's probably 6 to 10 pages of just work and skill practice for that new lesson. So there is no reason, no excuse not to master it. Then, of course, after that, there is some scaffolding. But there's more skill work than there is scaffolding. And I think that plays a big difference. His self-esteem in math has increased 125%. His interest has increased. His desire to learn it. There's no more emotional meltdowns. There's no more confusion. He goes through it easily, and it has been a game changer for us. There's a lot of manipulatives that come along with it that can also help for the visual learner, for the tactile learner. Excuse me. So I think that there's quite a bit of work, sure, I hear in the area of math, but I also would like the district to take a different look at it. We need to not give everybody the same work. Not everybody works the same way. And if you have children who actually need to master the task until they get it, so there's no more frustration and they don't wind up eventually falling behind, then our approach needs to be different about it. So I would just ask and challenge, especially now that I know that Mr. Meyer is going to introduce where we are in the math curriculum coming forward in the new math adoption process, that we take a different look, not just at the areas that are needed, of course, but in how we're actually providing that for the kids, how we're giving it to them. Something else that I have not heard in the presentation is differentiated instruction. I am a firm supporter of differentiated instruction. We have not heard that. We have not heard that there is going to be specific training on how to differentiate instruction for children. Children, especially in the area of math, need to be given leveled assignments. They need to understand how they're being grouped by ability or need. They absolutely should engage in data-specific discussions with their teachers so that they understand where they are and where they need to go or where they need to be by a particular date or time. And all of that together is not easy, but we can't do it out of looking at a book and saying, okay, the teacher's guide says differentiate this way. That's not how it works. There needs to be some serious training behind it so that there are certified coaches in our schools that understand differentiated instruction. So I think combined with that and the effort of opening up more opportunities for parents and parental workshops in math skills, I think are going to help. I know that there are many, many parents who have come to me and have said they don't understand the math. They can't help their kid. They have no idea what the math is about. So how can we help parents help their kids? And that's a gap right there that needs to be addressed. That's an area right there so that when the child goes home, the mom or the dad or the grandparent or the aunt or the uncle is not saying, sorry, I can't help you. So if we could, Dr. Moore, consider some of these areas here in our approaches moving forward, hopefully the combination of all of them together will really make a big deal, and really we can eventually see some growth in this particular area.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rosario.
Moving on to our next item, and I thought it tied in nicely, and I think as Dr. McGann comes and presents his data, we can address some of the points that our board members made in our last item. So we have done a significant amount of work in really transforming how we look at teaching and learning within our school system, really to ensure that data is informing our instruction, and we do in fact have the ability to differentiate instruction aligned to the needs of learners and really use data to problem solve to get to the specific need of students. So we have a large number of dashboards. It has become our way of work here in our school system. We've had the opportunity over the last 2 years to share how we're doing this work with other districts. We've had the opportunities to go out and present to other organizations on how we use this data. I know Doc Jones has met with Dr. McMahon, and we thought this would be a nice way really to walk through how we are as an organization learning and how we're acting and responding to students based on that learning. So Dr. McMahon.
Thank you. Board members, appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk.
Your mic, thank you.
As I just didn't do.
You might need to be closer.
Good afternoon, board members.
There we go.
So to start, it seems like a basic question. What is our student enrollment? It's something that's often posed to us, and it's an example that sometimes even the simplest of questions requires several follow-up questions. So without having you to guess these, all three are correct. All three of these represent our student enrollment. The first is all enrolled. That means that anyone who's stepped foot has been enrolled in our schools has encountered that number. Now, why would that be important? If we're talking about discipline data, we want to know all enrollees. If we have a student who has a lot of discipline problems and then for whatever reason transfers out of our school district, we still want that discipline data to be counted in what we're doing and how we're aggregating the data. The next is currently enrolled. Oftentimes we want to know the kids who are in our school seats right now, how many are there? Apart from this, we also have Survey 2 and Survey 3 and full year enrolled, all still dealing with the currently enrolled but different numbers, and it deals with different times in the year. And then finally, these are our non-charter students. Why would that be important? Our strategic plan specifically is addressing our non-charter schools and the work that's being done within those schools. So again, not to belabor this particular question, but it does speak to how we have crafted our data displays within Power BI. Power BI is actually a business intelligence tool through Microsoft. In education, we're starting to find some school districts are starting to get on the ball as far as using this tool. It is a data visualization. I'm going to show you in a little bit some of our dashboards that we have created. But in essence, our philosophy that has gone into the creation has started with multiple views for data. Top, kind of that 10,000-foot view, if you will. It's that district level. It's looking overall performance. We might look at some broad categories of aggregation. For example, grade band, we might look at elementary. We might even break down elementary K2 versus 3-5. We might look school-to-school performance, subgroup performance, how different race, ethnic groups are performing, our ED, economically disadvantaged versus our non-economically disadvantaged. The target audience for these type of views are cabinet, district staff, principals. From there, we go down to what would be a school level view. All of our Power BI dashboards have specific data restrictions, so when a person logs in, depending on what those restrictions are, depends on what data they see. So if I'm an assistant principal or principal, I'm looking at my school's data, this will allow me to aggregate where we are by grade levels, by individual teachers, as well as the subgroups that we traditionally do evaluate. And then finally, student level views. It is important to know trends at a school, but it's also important to have ample data from student to student so that we can make those changes. As Ms. Rosario pointed out, the ability to differentiate instruction comes down to understanding the individual child and the individual child's needs. And so our dashboards do allow for users to evaluate where each individual student is in terms of standards, instruction, curriculum, and performance. And then finally, one last kind of view is this public-facing view. You may be familiar if you've looked at the data that we have supplied for African American Achievement Plan through our website in the past. It was a large number of spreadsheets that were just massive in order to give all the data by school, by race, by grade level. And so instead of doing those spreadsheets, we actually have a large number of public-facing dashboards on our website. So members of the community can log in, not even log in, they can access our website, and I'll show you those dashboards as well and obtain iReady data, discipline, attendance, multiple other pieces of data. So this public facing is meant for that. It's the ability for members of the public to aggregate by school, by grade, by subgroup for the various performance. So this is an example of our dashboard. So this is what we call goal tracker. This would be an example of that high-level, district-level view. I'm going to click on the next one. It's going to just basically take this and make it bigger, and then I'm going to go back to explain what this is. So this little view is here. It shows you by school grade component, and I just have elementary picked here, so that's why you don't have social studies or graduation. But it allows us as a district to look at the current state of our schools. Now, what are these numbers? This actually is a multivariate regression model that is giving the current performance based on unit assessments, based on iReady, based on comprehensives towards school grade. I'm going to say this word, and a lot of statisticians don't like it, but it's kind of like a prediction, and even I have a title here, predicted component grades. Basically, it looks at past year's performance and then uses that data to predict where schools are based on their current year data. And so this gives us an idea, ELA achievement, the current percentage of students who are demonstrating through unit assessments, through iReady, through comprehensives, the ability to achieve at a level 3 or higher. So going back, this would then, you have your district view here, your schools log in and they see, this is just at Vero Beach Elementary, she'll see her 18-19, 19-20, 21-22 goal that we set, and then where they are currently. All of this data updates daily, so as students take new assessments, it feeds into the model automatically. And then down here, it starts to get into a little bit more of that deeper dive into where the students are at that school. We divide the where this 42% is, we start to show, okay, there's a third of the kids here that are actually demonstrating very positive, sorry, go back. Oh boy, now I messed it up. Here we go. So the green would be kids that we feel very good about demonstrating progress towards the standards. The yellow are those bubble. That means that they are within plus or minus 5 points of where they should be to achieve. And then the red are those students who are not demonstrating the scores requisite to get a level 3 or above for that achievement. And then it's kind of cut off here, but that's learning gains. You have your bottom quartile, and it goes to the math and the science. Then the school view, this is another little view. We actually have a running record of where this goal tracker was. So they can log in here and they can see this is our first data comm of the year, and then the first of every month. So it's October 1st, November 1st, December 1st, January 1st. So you can see that while 1st of October, based on the Fall I-Ready, probably minimal unit assessments, this school was predicted at 40% of their school grade, and over each month they're climbing towards that dark pink line, which is their overall goal to become an A or wherever that goal was set for them. And you can see it kind of around all here. You generally have a bunch of different filters and slicers. They can tear this data apart. And then at the school, they actually have the ability to look at the individual students. And I've kind of blocked that out so that we don't reveal any personal identifiable information. But you can see they have the grade, they have all their subgroup information, their unit assessment, all their I-Ready data, what they've accomplished in the past on FSA. This is all by grade level, and then you have all of these filters in which they can start to filter and see, okay, how are my ESE students doing? You can't see here, but they can actually scroll over and they can see their teachers. They can see what course it is. And all of this could be exportable if they wanted to look at it in Excel. So currently active, we have 16 apps. And not to get too much into vocabulary, an app is a broad category of data. So take attendance, for example. This would be an attendance app. Within the attendance app, we actually have 2 dashboards. One of them is student attendance, and one of them is staff attendance. Within the dashboards, we have several reports. So for student level attendance, we have one report on the average daily attendance, the ADA. 92% of students came to school today, those kinds of statistics. We also have a categorical page where it looks at the percentage of students who are chronically absent, the percentage of students who are adequately present. And so then we have a habitually truant report. So you have 16 apps in these broad categories that break down into 58 dashboards, which then break down into 160 total reports that we have available to us. All right, so I'm going to show you now, because of the fact this is being broadcast live, I can't just go into our Power BI and navigate around. You're going to see students' information. So what I've done is I've taken 2 of our dashboards and I've removed the student name and ID and just put in a blank index. And so you can actually see how these dashboards function. And I selected 2 because they're really 2 different purposes for these particular dashboards. So the first one is our middle school acceleration dashboard. The MS Excel, it is a school grade component. The state of Florida monitors the ability of districts to accelerate students who are on or above grade level at the middle school level. So for this, it's kind of complex, although it's pretty easy to understand who's included. Essentially, any 8th grader who is a level 3 or above on math is included. Any student in 6th or 7th taking an algebra geometry is included in this. But there's a lot of things for a principal to do to determine whether a kid is in there. They have to look at their current schedule. They have to look at their last year's FSA scores. And that it could be algebra EOC, it could be 7th grade FSA. So what we've done for them is taken all of that work out of their hands and went ahead and aggregated where these students are. So this table here correlates to this number up here. 2 years ago, when we started to look at this, we realized that we just weren't putting kids we weren't giving them the chance to be accelerated. These are kids that are level 3 or higher, some level 4s and 5s. They, for all intents and purposes, were on or above grade level. And so what this number was when we started 2 years ago was, I think it was like close to 200. It was 200 students that we were not affording the opportunity to take algebra when everything else showed that they should be. So currently, right now, we only have 3. Now, I've looked at these 3. The 2 here were in an algebra class, switched out. The ACE student, if I'm not mistaken, came to us without it from out of district. But point is, they're monitoring this, and this is drastically lower than the 200 that we had to start with. So this is an example where all we need to do is say, principals, look at these kids. These kids need to be in algebra. And so we're not asking them to do step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5 of all of these filtering and aggregations. It's just there. And then they have the ability to monitor those students who are enrolled in the EOCs, so they have their weighted average, so they can scroll through here and figure out, okay, they have their iReady data. They can make sure that students who are enrolled in that algebra course or geometry are actually on pace to perform. And then our next one is a bottom quartile dashboard. Dr. Moore hinted at this before, that sometimes when we are looking at our data, it's not about our instruction or curriculum. It's just simply, are the kids actually there to receive the instruction and curriculum? And so this dashboard is specifically designed for our bottom quartile students. So there is no need for principals to restrict, okay, just want to look at ELA bottom quartile, is done for them. And what we've done here is provided them with a broad spectrum of data to help problem solve where one of their most vulnerable populations is performing. So across here, this is from that goal tracker I showed you in the PowerPoint. This is just letting them know by grade level. And again, this is district view. If a principal logged in, they would only see their 3, 4, 5 for their students. If it was middle school, 6, 7, 8. So it shows where on that goal tracker their bottom quartile is performing. It shows the iReady, both fall and winter, so they can see if there's some growth that's occurring. Shows their iReady usage. So students, are they actually using the iReady platform? And where are they in terms of passing their lessons? It has their unit assessment scores and whether they're falling below expectations, right around where we expect, or above expectations. And then down at the bottom, you get a little bit of that engagement data, discipline, as well as the suspension days. For context, this suspension days includes Aspire, Altos, out-of-school suspension. It's basically anything that's removing them from that Tier 1 core instruction. And then we have the attendance. And this has been eye-opening as we have shared this. You can see district-wide, just simply by colors, Monday, Fridays, worse than Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So schools have started to intervene in that, maybe do a dress down day on a Monday rather than a Tuesday or a Wednesday. It could be something as simple as identifying that bottom quartile child and on a Thursday saying, hey, come see me at lunch tomorrow. That alone encourages them to come to that school on that Friday. And then obviously the categorical data with attendance, and then where those kids are. These are teacher names, the course, period, and how many of the bottom quartile students are in there. I'm not going to show you here, just not to belabor, but you have the student list so they can actually see who those students are. Well, actually, I did. I'm sorry, I did hide it. I was afraid I didn't. But this is a student level view. So instead of the name, I just added this index. It'll show each individual student all of that same data, how they were in usage, how they were in attendance and discipline. We then mimic that same data in math, and then we also provide them with all course schedules so that principals can actually, with one click of a button, look to see where their bottom quartiles are across all courses. So maybe they're doing some interventions they're pushing out through a science or a social studies course. They have the ability to actually identify where those students are scheduled for that. And then finally, our public facing. This is on our district website. So I haven't logged in, that we're not on a secure site. We're just at the accountability and research page. And then we clicked on reporting. You have the ability to go to DOE's Ed Stats. Our school profiles are here. And then we have Power BI dashboards. And so these are the ones that are currently available: student attendance, student discipline, graduation, iReady, the student and staff racial ethnic distribution. This is going towards making sure that each of our schools have adequate representation of African American instructors. Student enrollment, you're going to find a wealth of information: ESE numbers, primary exceptionalities data. LRE is going to be on a separate page, but there's a lot of information within that student enrollment. And then finally, unit assessment performance. So I'm just going to click on iReady since that data was presented earlier. Each of these dashboards are the same format. You're going to start off on this first page that gives information. It talks through our strategic plan, what specific targets this dashboard will address. It also brings in our joint plan and African American Achievement Plan. It identifies which targets this dashboard is actually meant to address. It gives you a little bit further information. It talks about what the data is, any other kind of commonly questions we try to address here. We actually go through all of the headers and explain those in a little bit more detail. And then this one just has a one school type to school crosswalk. So if they want to look at elementary, it identifies which schools are elementary. And then you go to the next page. They're not all going to be this format. Some of them actually have visuals, but the general format is we present the data, and then you have a variety of filters. So if we just wanted to look at 21-22's iReady data, if we wanted to look at just the winter data, we can come in here and select that. If I just wanted to look at ELA or math, if I just wanted to look at individual school, if I wanted to look at multiple schools, I don't have my control key on my keyboard, but you can hit control and actually select multiple. So they can drill down individual grade levels. We'll look at 8th grade. You know, it actually gives them all of that data right there. They can filter it at need, and they can come in here and actually export this to Excel if they so desire. So with that, go back to the PowerPoint. I just have one quick little slide, and I can open up to questions. I probably clicked on the wrong one. There we go. Just where are we going next? There are a few other public-facing dashboards we're currently creating: LRE, advanced coursework, extracurricular activities. There's about 5 more, I think 5 to 7 more that we're going to create. Machine learning, Power BI does have some powerful machine learning abilities. So that multiple variable regression I use in Goal Tracker, they actually have a built-in ability to kind of learn what is contributing to scores. We're also going to start creating some dashboards designed for the teacher view, so that the teachers can have access to this. Of course, what goes along with that is a bunch of training, professional development, making sure that they have the ability to access and so forth. And then obviously miscellaneous enhancements as time goes on.
Before you answer any questions. And it is absolutely amazing. And I know we're in the pandemic and you're not supposed to go in schools, but board members, call Dr. McMahon, call Mr. Bass, Mr. Meyer, myself. Go into a school and talk to the principals about where their kids are. And the time that Dr. McMahon and team has saved is amazing, because they can drill down to the teacher, to the student, and ultimately to the impact of instruction. So when you talk about an organization's intelligence, what Dr. McMahon has done is really accelerate our level of understanding on the impact that we're having on kids in classrooms, and how do we learn from that? How do we really disaggregate not just the data, but our behaviors, our organizational behaviors that are focused in on kids. So when you look from a superintendent's perspective of indicators that are going to bring success, We don't necessarily have a data point. But when I sit and listen to principals talk at such a deep level of where their students are and the problems that they're having, I feel encouraged. When I know principals aren't sitting in their offices for time, hours after hours, and the principals who are on the board, you remember, as did I, when scores came out, you'd have your highlighters and you're trying to
And your
add up your
binders.
grade, and you had 4 different color markers on your hand by the end of the day, and you made a prediction, and it never aligned to what the state was saying. I think, Dr. Mc, what was your regression study on your predicted grade? Like 0.00213, or it was really good. It was really good. As he constantly reminds us. So I came in interviewing for the position talking about using data as a superpower. So this is a superpower on top of a superpower as to where we are at. One of the things that he pushed out or mentioned vaguely is how public we are with this data. And that has also been a foundation of my superintendency. We will be transparent, and we're going to be very, very public with our practice. The volume of data that is available to everybody in the world that is on our webpage is probably more than anybody else. And our willingness to say, here we are with all of our warts and all of our beautiful spots. This is who we are. It is something we as a district could be proud of, and as he mentioned, we're going to continue to grow on that. So in a very, very short amount of time, we've done a tremendous amount of work, which is going to pay dividends for the years to come. And with that, Dr. McMahon will answer any questions.
Let's start with Mr. Barefoot this time. You
No,
good?
I think it's impressive.
Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario?
I to start. It's fantastic now that members of the community. My question though is,
I think you're frozen.
hello?
Okay.
Am I good? You're good for now. Okay, thank you. So I think it's wonderful. It's a great start. It's fantastic that now members of the public can have access to the data, but when they go on to the website, do members of the public need a password or a username? Is it limited to only parents per the school in which their child goes to? How does that work? And how are we getting this information out to the public?
Sure. Thank you for that question. It's a great question. No, there is no password. There is no restriction. I didn't, for sake of time, I went ahead and directed the website directly there, but you could go to IndianRiverSchools.org, click on Departments, Accountability and Research, and it's right there. There is no restriction. So what I showed is what everyone is available. So just like in the past, we had the spreadsheets also. We've always been very transparent with the data. It just might not have been as user-friendly. So we have been hundreds of spreadsheets throughout the school year still available on the site. But instead of forcing them to go there, it's just click on the particular subject and there's a dashboard.
A follow-up question. I noticed that there was a section on one of the screens that said, I believe it said non-charter school. Are we able to see charter school data on there on Power BI?
With the data that we have, yes. So for example, iReady, not every charter school does iReady. The one school that does do iReady pays for it individually, so we do not have access to iReady data for charters. Unit assessment data, they do not use our unit assessment, so we don't have data on that. However, the student enrollment dashboard, where we do have access to who is enrolled at charter schools, what are their subgroup information, you can get charter schools data for that. So where we have the data, we do display.
Okay. And then we know that there are a plethora of areas that really show student engagement and student achievement, their learning gains, et cetera. What I've noticed on many of these screens are, it's focuses on ELA and math. I didn't see much in terms of, I did hear you say that they can disaggregate the science and the social studies, but I just didn't see it. I don't know if it was that there was a limited screen you shared with us, but is there, science, civics, social studies data that is on here as well for the community to take a look at?
Yes, there is. iReady only addresses ELA and math. So the particular one that I had just clicked on was iReady. If I had clicked on the unit assessment dashboard, you would see unit assessments in civics, U.S. history, biology, science, and then, of course, ELA and math. So where the data is available, we are providing it. It's just for sake of time and to show you a snapshot. I just hand-selected a few. And with that said, if you ever do want to get a deeper dive, I have no problem sitting down with you at your convenience and showing you what we have.
Yes, I would love that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jones?
Thank you very much for this presentation. I became involved when I was mentoring some students at Crossover and had permission from the parents to go into the staff portal and focus and so forth. And, those screens, especially for students with graduation requirements and so forth, are just so essential. I would have loved to have this as a principal instead of all those green sheets and so forth. But one thing that keeps popping up everywhere I go, and Dr. Moore, you mentioned this earlier, and that's attendance. And if the students aren't there and there's not the engagement and it's instructional delivery, and I think that's where we really have to work with our parents. Because, if a parent calls a child in sick, they're marked as excused. But the missing instruction is absolutely crucial. So I know we've said 90% attendance, but even with that, you're missing 18 days a year, minimum. Okay, 10%, 180 days, 18 days. So that's 4 days, 9 weeks, every other, week. It's just somehow we have to push that as far as our students. And that just is the foundation for everything to me, as far as if you're in school and you have any questions, you can ask the teacher and so forth. Differentiated instruction, we've talked about a lot. Our math teachers in high school may have 25 students, and we have the layering, and we have the scaffolding, and we have the tiers and so forth, and that's crucial, but the students need to be in class. And that's tough right now, because there's a lot of illness out there. So let's continue to push that as a district, because I think that's important. So, Dr. McMahon, thank you very much for doing what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schiff.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being the guy in the district who understands how to do data. Because every time I look at data, I wonder if and when your hands got on it. This is complex, and I've just gotten on and started messing around with it a bit. Since you started talking about it, I didn't realize it was there, so thanks. Couple things on it. I know that I'm going to have to mess around with this a little bit to understand it. There are a few things that if it's not a second language to you are a little hard to follow. So my question with that is, have we done or will we be doing more public-facing trainings for anybody who wants them?
Yeah, I think we have several ideas. For principals, whenever we have a new dashboard comes out, I actually do a voice-over video demonstrating it, so there is the possibility of doing some of those just as a general how-to. We're going to start creating some written documentation that will go along with the website, so all of those will be, again, public-facing. It'll be right there in one spot. We do have some documentation. Right now it's geared towards users, so it talks about log into ClassLink first. We'll clean that up so that it makes more sense to a public viewer, but it also helps them. If you want to download this data set to Excel, this is how you do it, and it's step-by-step with screenshots.
Yeah, because one of the things that happens is for those of us who like looking at data or are used to or trained in looking at data, we kind of know how to navigate some of it, or we know the questions to ask. And one of the challenges is that if data is not a comfortable language for you, you don't always know the right questions to ask, and then it just gets frustrating.
Sure.
So I assume all the principals and the teachers and anybody who would use this has been or is about to be trained in it.
In the public-facing ones
No,
or?
internally.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
We have a dashboard. It's actually, it's our department's dashboard, and on it, we track how many times they've accessed reports. I think we're over 24,000
Oh, wow.
just this year.
Yeah.
We also track how many trainings we've done, how many school visits. It's extensive. Yes, how many,
Yeah.
we track who logs on and how many times and so forth. Every 2 weeks, we send that out
Big
so that they
brother.
have data supporting, how often they're
Yeah.
on it, so.
Because I'm sure as I dig into it more, I'm going to have additional questions that
Of course.
that I don't have yet, because, you can expect that. In this, we only have it right now for this year. Is it possible, and are we going to do any historical data in order to see trends?
So with
If
that
you
public
said that
facing.
and I missed it, I
No,
apologize.
it's fine. I did not, and it's a great question. The public facing typically has 3 to 5 years of data on it. Some of them we're building it, we're pushing it out. So like the student enrollment, that has 5 years worth of data that they can cycle through. The iReady, we just have the 2 years, although we can add to it, and we've got a workflow and all of our tasks that we're doing, so.
Oh, because of course, the ones I went into were discipline and attendance, and I only saw it for this year. So,
And that might have been the one dashboard that didn't have the 5-year that you clicked on, but the design and the desire is to provide that multiple year data for it. What we're finding is that it's a lot of work to create them, but to maintain them, they're not. You'll find that with the disciplines automatically broken up by month. The student enrollment dashboard, you actually have a filter so that they can actually select where we were in September versus where we were in December. Each month, we're saving those. So it's a lot of, once we've created it, it's hands-off, and it allows us to create more, it allows us to build those enhancements.
yeah, I'm sure as I dig in a little more.
Sure.
One of the challenges I sometimes have when we do data is that we present either straight numbers or sometimes percentages often without a corresponding analysis. So for people who don't read data, sometimes the information is isolated or doesn't tell the story that data can tell when we do the full analysis. Will there be any pieces, any parts of that?
Yes, Dr. Morris tasked, it's the coordinator of accountability and research, and probably it's that last word that I have not attended to as much because of the first word, accountability. And so the desire is, we actually have a place on our website for research where we're going to start putting out 1 to 2 pagers of information that kind of share some of that analyses that we find. So yes, there is that desire, and unfortunately, I don't have anything to share with you right now.
No, that's fine. I'm happy to know that it's coming.
Thank you.
Right.
He keeps talking about my team. I'm still
I
waiting
was
on
saying, where's
a
Team, right.
team
Right
member
hand
for
and
that
left
research.
hand, there's your team.
Team of one.
Right. Yeah, because often in that, sometimes when we present data, the difference between the number, the percentage, the proportion, the comparison tells a different story than when we only see a straight number or a straight percent. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to make some of that more available.
Yes.
Because this, on first glance, is hard to read until you become familiar with it. So I look forward to those pieces of it. And I think you already answered my other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple. First of all, where was this when I was a principal?
Yeah, really.
I'm so old that I remember before we had electronic data, so, that, we've come a long way. However, sometimes it can be very overwhelming. And I think that PD part not only is important, but also, think about it when you have something in your house and you're trying to figure out how to fix something. Where do you go? Nowadays, everybody goes to YouTube. So having short little videos is what I like and how I learn to be able to fix things. And so you're shaking your head, yes. You plan on doing that, the little
I have,
videos?
I have about a dozen of them on the
Okay.
Accountability and Research dashboard. They've also been emailed out. Every time a new dashboard is put out, we provide a video.
Okay, so you're going to do that for the public-facing one? Okay, awesome. CISR data. So I just looked at the safety, what's the E stand for again? Environmental Yeah, student information report, and that came down from the DOE this past week when it came down with the graduation report. And it's interesting because that data doesn't really correlate with what I just saw here. So I'm curious how those two correlate. But also, that data was very telling to me, and I think would be very powerful to include in the Power BI for parents, because number one problem was vaping. And I didn't see that on here. So the other thing with the state level is number one problem is vaping, and then drugs and marijuana, and then you get down to bullying. Huge difference between vaping and down to bullying, but yet we hear about bullying all the time, not so much vaping. Hopefully I see we got it back on the front of the website, so thank you. That's an issue that I just think is unbelievable when I saw the assessor data that just came down. So I'm wondering how assessor data is going to be embedded in this for a public view. And the attendance data, I think, is important to include in that too. Because when you look at attendance reports and compare it directly from the student that's been missing, notice that we shined in a lot of areas when that graduation report came out. But if you notice, we didn't really talk about attendance data because, you know, there was an area that we didn't shine so much on that. And that's something that we need to look at, is how are we going to get the kids back in school all the time, so that we can make sure that we're addressing their needs. So those are two things I think are very important to put in the public-facing dashboard. And when you do, right now, teachers have got a lot on their plate, and we always say that, you know, they do. It's tough to be a teacher right now. So how do coaches use Power BI to really help drive instruction and differentiate? Because Mrs. Rosario had a good point about we're not hearing much about differentiate. We know it's happening because of this. But I know that teachers sometimes don't have time to get on here and do all this. They got lesson plans to write, and they've got things to, but they want to make sure their lesson plans are directly going to hit what the kids need and differentiate for kids. So how are our coaches helping our teachers with this, with Power BI?
So first, just in regard to the assessor is a very, very small subset of our discipline. All of our discipline data is on our discipline dashboard. We can take a look at how to include maybe assessor as a filter, but for example, fighting, not every fight is a assessor.
Right. People don't understand that. It has to be to a certain level.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. So with our discipline, that both public-facing as well as our internal one, it's all discipline, regardless of whether it was sent via assessor or not. So just want to clarify that. But I can definitely look at how do we, you know, can we disaggregate that? Unfortunately, and give me a chance to look at the data to find out, but a lot of times those things are so small that it's going to be asterisked out.
Right, I saw a lot of asterisks.
Yeah, and that's-
I also saw that one high school didn't report anything, and I thought that was interesting. Do charter schools have to report?
Everyone is by law, required to.
But maybe they don't have enough of a subsection?
Yeah, it would be asterisk if
Yeah.
it's less than 10. If they don't have data, it would be empty.
So it's less than 10 in every single spot then?
If it's an asterisk, yes.
I thought that was interesting, and just, and it wasn't just a high school, there were other schools too. Okay,
And then sorry, the second question was?
it was about coaches helping
Oh, I'm sorry.
teachers with
Yes.
Power BI.
So one of the dashboards I did not show is our grade level app. It has course grades on it. It has a variety of other, there's one particular dashboard. We have a K2 and a 3 to 8. What it allows the users to do at the very top is to select a general outcome measure, like their fall I-Ready or their winter I-Ready. So we can select kids who are below grade level. And then below it, the data is broken up into Scarborough's rope for literacy, where it talks about the print concerns versus the comprehension concerns. So you can select, say, 4th grade, all the kids below grade level, and all of a sudden you start to see the percentage of students who are struggling with print knowledge concerns, phonics, phonological awareness.
So it allows you to do a small group for them?
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
That's
And it's
awesome
all,
we're
they
getting
can do it
that.
by teacher, they can, math, we have it broken up into that algebraic, algorithmic versus the spatial, visual, geometry skills.
Are we doing the same thing with our early learners with phonemes, phonemic
There is a
awareness
K
and
to
things
2
like
that brings in
Okay.
Dibble's data as well, which has a lot of measures in that regard as well. Right now, the Ms. Flood and our department is working at creating a pre-K dashboard that utilizes their pre-K assessment that has a lot of that information as well.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
every-
teachers know their kids, but sometimes they don't think They know everything about their kids.
Correct, and
so
I
they
think
need
the
that.
biggest thing that this has done is saved work. So every coach, to your point, I still remember to this day, it was maybe year 4 or 5, you were principal, Dr. Jones, got a binder of data, and literally 5 days later, with all the
changed.
schedule
Right.
changes and what can
Right.
you do? So while we don't use binders, we have that, might be spreadsheets. With these dashboards, it's all tied daily to enrollment. So every morning at 5 o'clock, they all update. So every day you can bookmark certain reports and you see a fresh look of who your students are and where they are with all of that data loaded into it. So each of the monthly coaches meetings we're a part of, helping them problem solve. Our team now includes a data coach, Miss Jody Houston. She goes out and visits school leadership teams with me as well, and we actually help train them on how to use it. But the time saving that this has done, the ability just to click a button, you now have an Excel spreadsheet of your students with all of that data there that they don't have to maintain has been enormous.
Wow.
It helps them to focus on the actual coaching.
And people might have weekends back.
People might have weekends back.
Thank you. The public-facing dashboard, I'm going to say that, sometimes our website's great because it has a lot of stuff on it, but sometimes it's frustrating for the public. Because if you go to the search bar and you type in something you're interested in, like Power BI, I did it, it comes up to you denied access to that. So I think we need to look at how our website is keeping up with all of our other technology, because I think sometimes that is frustrating for, we're saying we're being transparent, and we are trying to be transparent, but I think sometimes it's hard for the public to know where to find stuff, and it is located there, but how would I know, unless I watch this, to go to departments, accountability, Power BI? I don't. So my question then is, could we, on the front page of the website, and fix the search button, by the way, for lots of things, not just for Power BI, but that section is one that I notice that when people tell me, hey, I can't find something, they'll get on the phone with me, I'll go and I'll find it for them and say, okay, go here, go here, go here. What if, on the I want to, we had a button right there about just a plain thing, not a whole thing, but just access data. And then from there, it takes them to what they need to do. I would like to see that a little cleaner for our public, because I think sometimes, like transparency, oh, what is that? And Project Re-Envision, what is that? I've got to go to all these things, where it would be easier for the public to say, what is that? Attendance, I think we need to be a little easier with that stuff. But I'd like to see a button right on the front page to Power BI, because I think it is powerful to have this. It's important that lots of groups have it, because they need it for grants. They need it for working with the district. They need it for NAACP information. People want it when they're running for election, things like that. So I think it's important that the transparency is great, but we need to be friendlier with how to get to the transparency. That's
So
all
can
I
I
have.
adjust that real quick?
Yes.
We will do that. Literally, these have just been put live
Sure.
within the last week or two.
No,
So
I know.
Some of those other things we just hadn't gotten to yet.
Okay,
So,
it's
but
just a suggestion.
It's a great point.
For in the future. Thank you. Dr. Schiff?
Follow-up question. On the graduation rate one, where I do see there's different years, it says graduates, then it says grad den. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, and that is actually defined on the first page, but that's just a denominator.
didn't
That
read the
helps
whole
you
thing.
know how many are actually in that particular cohort. And then the NUM would be the numerator.
In the cohort, so I'm just going to pull one randomly because I'm looking at it, just so I understand how to read this. 2018-19 graduates, I'll just pull, okay, white graduate 698, grad den 761, okay, total number eligible. Does so that would include anybody who started that year as a senior? Or, no, certain categories are out of that. That's what I want to get at.
So the state of Florida in 2012 switched to the federal adjusted cohort rate calculation methodology. Sorry, I had to sit there and
Yikes.
think through that.
Okay.
And the idea is that now if everyone is subscribing to the federal methodology, then no matter where you are, Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, it's the same percentage. And what it does, it looks at first-time ninth grade enrollment, and it tracks over the 4 years anyone who came into your school, and it removes anyone who transferred to another school. That way, by the end of that 4th year, all the students theoretically are accounted for. And so we then get the percentage of that adjusted cohort, how many of those obtain a standard diploma? Or what percent?
Let me repeat this back and see if I understand. Of the cohort who came in ninth grade, tracking them through to 12th grade, anybody who remains, who did not transfer out for any particular reason, any of those who remains is considered then the full cohort?
Yes and no. I mean, in a very high level, yes, but there are also other things that go into that. For example, if they transfer to an adult ed, that actually counts as a non-graduate for us. If they transfer to a private school or home education or to another public school in or out of state, that does not get factored into our graduation rate.
What if they voluntarily leave school to go get a GED?
That counts as a non-graduate,
So that's counted in our data as somebody who could have graduated but didn't.
correct. And the idea is that when they switch to the federal, that one of the, and that's not me defending it, this is just how it's done, is that it is standard high school diplomas. So it used to be where special diplomas and some of these certificates that we would have given in the past would count. This is a standard high school diploma. So GED in this regard does not count as a graduate, it actually counts as a non-graduate.
As a non-graduate. Okay, so anybody who leaves, depending on the category, may or may not be counted, but if somebody leaves to go get a GED or complete in some other way, they are counted as a non-graduate. Okay, thank you. That's what I want to know.
Dr. Jones?
Just my last question. How do you guide principals to look at this and, because they can pick it up at 5 a.m., new data, and Dr. Moore and Dr. McMahon, how do you guide principals on what to do when they take a look at this data at the beginning of the school day? What's their focus?
Through the chair, it's a multi-layered answer. The power is in terms of its use. So understanding the application and their ability really to improve the quality of support that they're providing teachers. Yep. On the flip side is accountability. So as we go through the datacom process or I visit schools, I need to give every level of assurance to the board and the community that our principals have a deep understanding as to what's taking place in classrooms. So I can speak explicitly about what's going on in schools because we sit as a team every other week and we'll go through attendance, we'll go through academic outcomes, and then I use that to visit schools and ask questions. And if I know for the entire district and the principal doesn't know, I'm gonna have a problem.
Yeah, I've been to those data.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not something that we see. So we sit and problem solve literally every Friday regarding what we're seeing in schools and what the data is saying in the practical application. So what we've done is streamline the support. So the support coaches is getting is also aligned to the support that assistant principals and principals are getting. So we're all dependent upon the same process. We're not doing this 22 different ways. We're all speaking one language, and the growth of principals and teachers and administrators is absolutely something we all should be proud of.
And the streamlining is the key word there because sometimes there's so much, it just helps when you have the streamline, the support, the coaches, and the district. Thanks.
As a follow-up, we've visited 53 school sites this year so far, and we've done 58 trainings above and beyond the school visit. So when we do go to the school, it is very much a coaching model where we walk them through, what are you working with? Okay, let's show those dashboards. And I will say, for you guys to see this first, it's overwhelming, 160 reports, like that's a lot of data. We didn't release them all at once. We've built each month, added, so to a principal, a lot of them are just second nature. It's that new one that comes out, okay, let me dive into that. And to Dr. Moore's credit, the accountability is every layer of our district office is using them, so you can't not use Power BI. You'll be.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Through the chair, I'm going to shift over to Mr. Meyer. We're going to flip back to the beginning of the agenda.
I have a question. I have a follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I had my pen up, sorry.
I'm so
When
used
my
to
hand
looking
is
for
raised.
emoji hands. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. When my hand is raised, it's not, I don't think you guys can see it. Two things that came to my attention. I'm on the Power BI website, one thing that I noticed with regard to the student discipline referrals is that these are just identifying the discipline referrals that have been submitted. What we don't see is a differentiation between those that are in school and those that are out of school, which makes a big difference. Can that be changed?
So the referrals, an ODR is an office discipline referral. That is when a member of the school has observed a behavior they would like administration to observe.
I know.
Okay, so as far as suspensions go, is that what you're referring to, in and out of school?
Yes.
Okay, so those are all there.
Yeah,
We do not
in-school
off.
suspension and out-of-school suspension.
Okay, so our in-school suspension this year is called Aspire. We don't have the traditional in-school suspension. So when you look on it, you'll see Aspire. That would be your in-school suspension. And then the OSS is the out-of-school suspension. And then our alternatives to out-of-school suspension, the ALTOS is also there. All three of those should be on the public-facing discipline dashboard.
No, I'm looking at a school right now and I don't see any of that.
Okay, so keep in mind, it's filterable, so if you filtered for a school and you don't see that data, it means they have not administered that particular, whatever it is that you're looking at, you're not seeing.
Well, I guess I would imagine that even if there is no data there, you'd still have a column that would show ALTOS or out-of-school suspension or Aspire, and it would be blank, or it would have those two asterisks to show that there's no data, but there's nothing here that shows any of that. I'm in Vero Beach High School right now, so I think if you could take a look at that.
They have all three.
Maybe it's, I don't know how, maybe it's just not disaggregated, not included, I'm not sure.
I can definitely take a look. It's what we find with this general thing is that it might be a filter that you selected, and as you dive deeper into it, the particular students that you're looking at do not have it. I don't know because I can't see where you're at, but certainly I'll take a look at it. This morning when I was looking through them, Vero Beach definitely does have Aspire, they have ALTOS, they have out-of-school suspension. It was on there this morning, but I'll take a look at it.
May I? It's on page
Yeah.
three of 4. I see at the bottom where there's an arrow. You can go to the right.
She's live.
Oh, there it is. She is correct. Very good, Mrs. Barenborg.
I love data.
Want to be
Got
part
it.
of another team?
Yeah.
I
The team, right.
I love to look at data, not
exactly.
create it.
All right, tha-
That's
thank-
awesome. See, that right there makes such a big difference. Okay, and then my last question is it possible to separate or to add another toggle down or something for just the Freshman Learning Center?
That came up in another conversation, not related to this, but it did open up the desire, the need for that, because as you probably are hinting at, just because you're in grade 9 does not mean that you're at the Freshman Learning Center, because if you are a retained 9th grader, that you are at the main campus until you earn those credits for to be considered a 10th grader. So certainly that is something we're looking at. While it's not wholly accurate if you did filter for Vero Beach High School and then grade 9, the bulk of that data will be the Freshman Learning Center. However, it's not as clean as what you're hinting at, and it is something that we are looking at adding.
I think it would be, I mean, if we can do that, I think at least having that option, they function as its own school. You know, their discipline and how they handle the discipline at the Freshman Learning Center is very unique to itself, I suppose, and oftentimes very separate from the main campus. So that would be interesting to take a look at. If we could do that, that would be great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, board members. And now we're going to go back to the top of the agenda, which is the math instruction materials presentation conducted by Mr. Meyer. As we turn it over to him, he will give a presentation, but this is an opportunity for us to look at the resources that will be used in our classrooms, and we are the first district really to have this conversation. So although these materials have not been selected or identified from the state, our desire is to ensure on day one, we have materials in place and we have the opportunity to begin instruction immediately. Given the fact that April 1st is the deadline for the state to provide that list, we're being very, very proactive, and this affords us the opportunity really to have conversations on the right end of decisions. So with that, I'll give it over to Mr. Meyer for his presentation and follow up as he concludes.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, and you set that up very nicely. As we went through last spring with the ELA adoption, we learned a lot about Florida statutes and a lot about how we can be innovative here in the school district to be best by our students. So what we did, if you'll recall back in August, was we brought for the first time the instructional materials plan to the board, and within that plan it outlined a timeline of which we would go through. It also brought the rubric that we would use to evaluate the book. So this presentation will serve as an update to that timeline. So one of the first things that we'd like to do is just review that timeline and process. We do have an update on the products that are bidding for consideration by the state and for districts. I'll provide an update on those and then brief the board on what our next steps will be. So this particular committee, Instructional Materials Committee for Math, was formed in early September. We held 3 committee meeting proper dates there, September, October, and December. There was also the textbook extravaganza and display in this very room where all the materials were available with the vendors to answer any questions that the public may have. And on that December 13th meeting, the rubrics were counted, tallied up from staff, and this rank ordered list, which I'll describe here in a minute, was determined, and the products that will be put forward for consideration were then placed into the lobby and online for view by the public. So here today is our presentation to the school board. This is the continuation of the process of what's coming. On January 17th, there will be the notice of public hearing. There will be a public hearing on January 24th here at the regular scheduled school board meeting. And then we'll bring to the board the presentation, or not the presentation, but the adoption of this math instructional materials order, which begins that 30-day calendar contest period window. This is what Dr. Moore was referring to, and that we want to be in front of things. We would like to have all of these steps completed prior to that April 1st, which is the deadline per statute for the Department of Education to release their adoption list. If you recall, last year we were sort of sitting and waiting in that with only one product brought to the board, and unfortunately our elementary ELA product was not on the list. We then pivoted to our alternate product and began that 30-day contest window with our alternate product, which was that HMH Into Reading, of which there were concerns from the public, and we were then in June before we could really do anything. So this process that we brought before the board back in August allows us to conduct all parts of the review cycle required by law. You have there, like I said, the public hearing on the 24th. Statute requires us to have the public hearing and the vote for adoption at 2 separate meeting dates, and moving to only one official meeting a month. We've had to amend the timeline briefly, and that's attached to this documentation as well. But it still puts us well within the range to allow any potential petitioners to have their 30-day contest window there in March. And then, of course, then we would know whether or not any materials that someone may or may not petition would make the state's list right about the same time. So that's going to be really advantageous to the district. So you may be curious about the products themselves. And here is that rank order list. And it should be said and resaid and restated that this in no way, shape, or form means that the Office of C&I nor through Dr. Moore we're recommending to buy any of the products at the top right now. What this means is the content experts have met, they've reviewed these materials, and this is the rank order list based off of a content review and a content review only. The reason we've done this, as aforementioned, would be to allow the public to petition any of these from that March timeframe and to see what the state of Florida will do. We still need to get bids, the specific bids for the size of our district from these companies. We would take the financial considerations in consideration with this content evaluation. And then, of course, the ultimate is the state's approval to bring to the board in April a final recommendation. So just because you may see something at the top now does not mean that that is going to be where it lands in April. But it is intriguing looking at some of the specificity of the culmination of the scores in each level. In that, you will see in most of these there's at least 2 products, sometimes 3, the content experts felt were comparable in their quality for students. So here in elementary, you see a close running between Savas and Big Ideas. You see a close running, a tied actually here in middle school between McGraw-Hill and Savas, with a pretty close second, I would say, there with Big Ideas and then Algebra Nation. And then what we consider to be these high school courses, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, those are very close from the top 3 with 76, 74, 72 between McGraw-Hill, Savas, and Algebra Nation. And then with our advanced, this would be your calculus, pre-calculus, statistics, things of that nature. Many times some of these courses may only have 1 or 2 sections in them at the school, so we wouldn't be buying very many of these books, but that's right now tied as far as the content consideration there. So you may be thinking to yourself, you know, these last 2, why did we divide those into those groups? And that's for continuity purposes. So in discussions with the committee, you think about elementary school grades, that's K through 5, that's 6th grade levels, all right? You wouldn't want to force the parents to learn different materials, teachers, coaches. It becomes difficult for principals, everybody to have to deal with multiple publishers during that time frame. Middle school, the same. And then the consistency once you get into your EOC courses between Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry. And then same thing with the advanced electives for those math departments that are attempting to bring that continuity between our highest learners. We feel that there may be some advantage in breaking that into those groups so that we would consider a vendor as a whole across the board for those ranges. It doesn't obligate, we are not obligated to do that. There's no board policy or statute that would require us to do that. So once again, as the rest of the chips sort of fall with the evaluation from the state and the cost, we'll bring a proposal through Dr. Moore in April that would finalize what the exact book would be for the exact course of study. So like I said, moving forward with the process, I would just say I appreciate the commitment from our staff. I think Ms. Becerra, Ms. Perez, and all of the math content experts within the district did a phenomenal job of giving their time past normal hours to review math instructional materials. And this time around, we really did have a lot more involvement from the community, which I'm certainly appreciative of. There are community members that met with us prior to the development of the rubric. There are committee members that have been with us every step of the way, which have helped us in selecting the materials, and I'm very appreciative that we had their input along the entire process. We are aware, just being completely transparent, that there are some concerns from some of our community members about some of the products, and I think that's outstanding. I mean, we wanted them to be involved in the process from the beginning. But I would just remind everybody that the appropriate time for the petitions moving forward would be in that March timeframe. And once again, you know, some of the concerns are things such as, you know, the critical race theory. I don't think it's an appropriate time for me to debate the merits of that at this juncture, because the state of Florida will also consider that. And if the Commissioner of Education and his experts were to bless off on these books, then I would certainly feel like the complaints that we're hearing would not rise to that level that we would be concerned with. That's certainly, I think, a big reason of why when the HMH into reading last year, we heard some of those complaints. The district was able to defend those, and one of the chief defenses of that was you're complaining and you're saying the same things, making allegations against the same statutes that the commissioner has already signed off that these books do not violate. So certainly want to leave all the doors open for the district. I would not recommend removing any of these from the district's opportunity to select them in April because we don't know. Certainly with the advanced elective with only a couple of options, if we were to remove one and the state would be to remove the other, we would be left with only one choice. So certainly keeping our options open and allowing more information to come out about the price and the content, I think is the right decision. So happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll start with Ms. Rosario first. Can we take down the presentation, and thank you. That way I can see when she has her hand raised. All right.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrenborg. I have many concerns, in particular with Savas. It might be a little too much premature at this point to go through all of my concerns, but I just caution the district that just because an item may be approved at the Department of Education level doesn't necessarily mean that it's okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have, I dare to say, properly vetted, or that their committee members may have missed certain items that violate law. And I just want to be careful that we select items that we don't repeat what happened last time with HMH, and that we actually, even if there is a tie, we select materials that would give everyone the opportunity to learn their math skills without having to worry about all this other stuff in this world of social justice and social everything. I just think that we need to be cautious about that. I also would like to just remind the public that if there are any parents out there, community members, who want to review the documents and all of these texts, they are on our website at the, I guess, in the search bar. And Mrs. Barrenborg is right. I've had the same concern with regard to searches when you put in keywords in the search bar. But for this one, you could put it in under instructional materials adoption information. And then you will find all of the publishers and all of the public access links there. Some have a password username, some do not, some are just free access. So it is important that the community become aware of what are in the books, so that when you fill out that Appendix H form, if you have any questions, you're really aware. You're not going to just go by what someone tells you or hearsay. Look through the pages yourself. There's plenty of time now for everyone to search through these pages. Give your feedback to the board members, to all of us, because we're the ones who make that decision at the end of the day by voting these materials in or not. And we need to hear from our constituents on all levels. I don't want us to ignore everything. I also don't want us to miss the most important things. So I think at this point, I'm going to leave it right there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jones? I think.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer and the committee and Ms. Basura. I did the science adoption in 1718. It's a lot of work. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you pushing up that timeline for us. It just is a nice place to be in January. And I hope April 1st, we will know from the DOE what's on the state adoption list if all this goes forward. We have a lot of work to do in math, a lot of work to do. And I care very deeply for those teachers who are teaching math on a daily basis. They are the ones doing the work. So I will be following up with a lot of the math teachers because, you know, the instructional delivery, the student engagement, where we are with K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, even in our algebra EOC. Lot of work to do. So I will be following up with a lot of math teachers, and I will also be following up with a lot of parents. I want you to do the job you are assigned to do, you and the committee. And we do take input, but again, we have to look at the day-to-day math instruction and what is the absolute best product for our students. Thank you.
Dr. Shipp?
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
I just say ditto to what Dr. Jones just said.
Okay. The one thing I'm going to say is the public has a right to speak to the DOE and the Commissioner's office if you have a concern. And that's where, at this point in this whole process, that's the time to do it is now. Not to wait until March and do petitions to the district level. Because, you know, our governor has promised us that our materials that we adopt will not have CRT in them. And I think we need to hold them accountable for that. And the way to hold them accountable is to contact your representatives in Tallahassee. So I think that if you have a concern, now is the time to bring your specific concern to the people that are looking at this. And the specific concern meaning, when I had a specific concern in the ELA adoption, I called and asked, who's responsible for this adoption? Who's responsible for coordinating this? And I got that person. I was able to speak to that person. And I think anyone in the community has the right to do that. And I would urge you that if you have a concern, that's where you bring it up, is to the DOE. Take care of it now. Bring your specific concern as to what your concern is, because this is when the textbook publishers can remove things and change things. They can't later. They can do it now, though. They can make those adjustments for different books. Because if a book is 99% wonderful, and there's that 1% that may be a concern, you know, I have a concern about why are we throwing out a good book that has 99%? Because I think we could find something in every book that we have a concern about, if it's a personal concern. So I think that now is the time that if people are concerned, they need to get on the phone with Tallahassee, with the DOE, with making those objections known, and be very specific in your concerns. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Berenborg. I couldn't say that any better. And now the next item on the agenda is Ms. Dampier, who's going to review entitlement grants that will be coming to the board on January 24th.
Good afternoon, through the chair. We're very pleased to bring forward 4 grants that we have. As you may recall, back in July, we brought forward about 10 grants that we normally bring forward that are added to the budget book. And these are the grants that have come in between the first semester. So we wanted to make sure we brought these grants forward. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Most of the majority of these grants come from Treasure Coast for our CTE courses. So this is going to support the work that we do with that.
Hearing none. I will now,
Oh, sorry, Dr. Jones.
Sorry. Who's writing all these grants? Do we have a really good grant writer or what, you know? Usually it just would come on to people
It's
because.
usually staff.
That's what I thought.
through the chair, we have added the responsibility, Ms. Emerson, in terms of innovation, looks to identify opportunities, and as you all know, she's worth her weight in gold in terms of the innovation and creativity that she has brought and opportunities. I do think as we begin the process for next year's budget, there are opportunities to enhance that work through a line item or a single position, which is a grant writer. So we've met our strategic plans of it was 2 million, then 2.5 for this in terms of increasing grant opportunities, but we need to be more intentional in doing that. So that is a great comment.
Thank you.
So can I make a comment about the weight in gold comment?
Yeah.
For a woman, that's not much gold.
Oh,
But I think her weight plus yours, Dr. Moore.
oh, then we're financially we're really doing good.
Challenging Fort Knox now.
Yeah. Okay. I've got New Year's. That's another New Year's resolution.
There
Thank
you
you very
go.
much for noticing my weight gain. All Our next item is also at the request, a update on ESSER, all ESSERs, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Fagan, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, through the chair to the board. Dr. Jones, to answer your question, ESSER 3 could not have been completed without the help of a young lady who works for Richard, and that's Karen Malice. She was instrumental in all 3 ESSERs, also coordinating with the charter schools, helping me keep those folks in line and getting their documentation in time for the timeline for all 3 ESSERs. So it's just a quick overview of where we are on the ESSER. As you know, there was 3 major portions, 1, 2, and 3. Our share was $3 million, $13 million, and $30 million. No changes there in the allocations for the district. Quick review, there were 3, based on 3 separate federal acts enacted in March of 20, December of 20, and then March of 21 for the last one, which is called the American Rescue Plan Act, which is where we are today. For ESSER 1, we have completed all the applications and expended all those funds. ESSER 2, we're right in the middle of it. We hope to expend all those funds by the end of this year, so we'll be a year ahead. And for ESSER 3, it ends September 24, but we plan to be done by September 23. That's just a quick little snippet of exactly what each of the ESSERs are for. They're basically all the same. It's to address any and all issues relating to the COVID had on and continues to have on elementary and secondary schools in Florida in order to improve education. ESSER 2, basically the same thing, except they took this grant and broke it up into 5 parts, 5 separate applications. Again, where Karen's help came in extensively. A lump sum advance, a balance, a piece for academic acceleration, non-enrollment, and of course technology. The non-enrollment section was about $500,000 and was stressed that if students could not be found who were in the prior year, you had to spend a significant amount of money to locate those children and get them back enrolled. We had approximately 6 that could not be located. This is the last one, ESSER 3, American Rescue Plan. This is the biggest piece. The hinge on this one, which is different from ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, is once all the applications are received and submitted to DOE, DOE has to go before the legislature and get a budget amendment approved, something they wrote in the General Appropriations Act for this funds, and then we will approximately get 2/3 of the allocation. After that, then they have to go to the U.S. Department of Education to get the balance 1/3. The exact timing of that allocation and release of funds is currently unknown. We anticipate the 2/3 to be released prior to they getting in heavy duty into the session. We hope to have it maybe by March. The 1/3 we don't expect until the end of next year. As we discussed, ESSER 1 was approximately $3.4 million. We've already expended and collected all those funds. It was used for counselors, success coaches, technology and applications, $500,000 of charter schools, custodial supplies, and of course indirect. All those funds were expended in the prior year. ESSER 2, that's pretty much what we're using every bit of this year, $13 million, $11 million for us, almost $2 million for charters. We've either got committed or expended approximately 95% or $12.7 million. We hope to have all of these funds expended by the end of this year. Last piece, that's ESSER 2, $13 million. Those are the 5 components. Advanced lump sum. You see the pieces it was broken out between transactional teachers and indirect costs. Remedial learning we used extensively for textbooks. Technology assistance was also for technology applications and software purchases. Lump sum is where we put in the counselors, more technology, additional textbooks, and of course non-enrollment. We also were able to use the textbooks. And you say, well, Ron, how were we able to use textbooks for the non-enrollment? Well, since we only had 6 kids we couldn't find, state said if you've located all your children, you can use the funds however you see fit. So we put in for the textbooks. The key items here with the textbooks was the textbooks cost you over $3 million. Your allocation was approximately $1.3 million. So you didn't have enough current funding to fund it. We did not have enough money, what we would call in reserve, other than tapping into fund balance to cover that. So we used ESSER funds to bankroll that initiative. This will also allow us to put some money aside for future requirements for the textbooks, so we won't be having to tap into general fund for math and social studies in the next 2 years. ESSER 3, $30 million, $26 million for us, $4 million the charters. Very similar to the other 2 ESSERs, not a whole lot of differences other than They did put in, if you want to do any indoor air quality work, that would be allowed this time. ESSER 3 is a period of 21 to 22 through 23, 24. Technically, it ends in September of 24, but we hope to have all funds expended by June of 24. As we already mentioned, 2/3 will be released whenever the legislators meet. The balance is once received from U.S. Department of Education. No word yet exactly as to when those funds will be released. That's why these funds are not critical for our ongoing operations. We do not need these funds to continue. These are for ongoing. If we get it approved, we'll utilize it. If we don't, we're okay for this year. There's the 5 components for ESSER 3. One of the requirements for the American Rescue Plan was approximately 20% had to be addressed for learning losses. That's for us as well as charter schools. What met that requirement was reading coaches, math coaches, success coaches, and of course the 8-period day instruction. Balance could be broken up between various parts of the application. We kind of lumped everything into student support and mental health services, which we included the counselors, graduation coaches, and et cetera. One unique thing about this one is we had $3 million for HVAC work to allow us to increase the air circulation in schools, replacing chillers, dampers, and et cetera. We also have approximately $1.6 million for laptops and, of course, $1 million for indirect. Any questions?
Okay, Dr. Jones?
Oh, one thing I've discussed with Mr. Fagan and Dr. Moore is what happens when these ESSER funds go away, and the sustainability of the positions that we had, not only for mental health, but, you know, even with the HVAC or anything that we're doing.
To the chair, for the HVAC, that'd be a one-time purchase. That's capital that would help us put some money into the general fund to use for however we may want to see fit. So the main thrust of all this is we're using for current expenditures in order to build up fund balance.
Right.
Okay, you're already getting the recurring revenue to cover most of these expenditures, so you'll get them again next year. This money will go into fund balance, and we'll slowly burn that out over the next couple of years. That's also what will be helped use to fund Richard when we're buying textbooks for math and social studies. We'll bring this money in, secure it, save it, use it in the next couple of years.
And we use some for the laptops this year, Mr.?
Laptops, the same scenario. We have about approximately $1.6 million in for the 23, 24. That's
Right,
the
okay.
refresh cycle for them. So there's another example where this money would be the seed money to continue on with that refresh.
Thank you.
Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, Mr. Fagan and I went over a lot of this fairly extensively, so I'll repeat a few of those things here, just for benefit of others. One of the things was, and you alluded to this in your presentation, that some of these are required where we have to spend them and some of them are not. So in some of them, we're spending them because it is one-time cost, and we don't want to assume recurring costs on one-time money, right? So some of this, for example, like in the mental health, we're paying for positions we already have, correct? That, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. To the chair.
We're paying for positions that we already have, that we've already allocated for, but through which we can be reimbursed through the ESSER money, though in future years, we will be able to sustain those from our regular FEFP budget, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Very well.
Making sure I understood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I feel like I'm seeing if I pass the test. The other thing we talked about, well, you explained the textbook and how that worked, which had been one of my questions. The other thing we talked about was indirect costs, which appear in a number of different categories at different amounts, but a fairly consistent rate. Can you just repeat some of that so that everybody else is privy to that conversation?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. Your indirect rate is based upon the maximum amount allowed based upon our indirect rate that we submit to DOE. And that ranges somewhere between 4% and 5%. It's also based upon your allowable expenditures. Like you can't collect indirect rate on capital expenditures. So the $3 million for HVAC work, you can't collect indirect on. I can't tell you why. That's just the rules that you cannot do. So the rate varies somewhere between 3% and 4%. So that's why it kind of bounces around between between about $500,000 on ESSER 3 and $1 million on the $3 million. Based upon what we could calculate to being allowable expenditures, that equated to approximately $1.1 million. So instead of taking that money and just bankrolling it back into the district, we used it to add additional things to the grant in order to be reimbursed for.
Such as?
Such as we increased the number of positions we could put in the grant. Indirect cost is basically to pay all the administrative oversight. Instead of hiring staff to manage the grant, we were able to use current staff to manage the grant, so no additional indirect need was necessary.
Well, and one of the things that we talked about, which will also, I think, come up in the next presentation, is how some of this money has been specifically identified for mental health supports for students, which includes, of course, learning losses and other areas in which mental health deficiencies may appear. Because this is one-time only money, there's a limited amount that we can spend on that. But my interest is that we use as much as we can to build and support and enhance our mental health supports throughout the district. Can you say a little bit about how we're going to be able to do that with these funds? Or we can wait for the next presentation where we'll talk more about that.
The grant was written so that whatever services we are providing currently to students to help with mental health needs, counselors, psychologists, social workers, mental health, anything that's in the grant that I could put in there is a direct benefit on the student services side of the house. Those items are in the grant today. They were in the budget last year and the prior year. We added a few things this year. We added 2 more counselors. We added another social worker this year. ESSER 3, we're adding another position for homeless and another position for ESOL. Once those funds are utilized, the reoccurring revenue from the state will allow us to continue on with those services. Plus, we'll have a little nest egg built in the fund balance if we find a couple of other needs we need, that since I used ESSER money instead of the general money, we'll have some in the bank that we can say, okay, well, we need a couple more positions, we need a couple more services. We'll have those funds that we can implement and push out.
Thank you. That covers most of the things about which we talked. And if I have other questions, we'll come back. I can
Yes,
stop
ma'am.
for now.
Mr. Barefoot?
Well, I think it's like every business has received money from the government. And if it had to be, as you outlined here, specifically allocated a certain area, and it's already an ongoing expense of that business, which is what we have here, then to use the allocated money from the government for that and stick the rest of it away
Correct.
in the general fund or, for a rainy day fund where you have a lot more flexibility in how that money's spent, that's the key. Every business is, I sit on a couple of other boards, these kinds of conversations, and you're doing what obviously makes sense for the medium to longer term, should you need funds for related or other related purposes, to the extent that, you can move money around. So
Yes,
money's
sir.
fungible in the
Yes.
budget
Want to move it to the most
to a large
flexible,
extent, so,
want to move it to the most flexible fund you have.
exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Can I come back for a second? Or not?
It's Mrs. Rosario's turn, unless it's something that he just said.
Pardon me?
Is it something that Mr. Barefoot just said, or can Ms. Rosario go?
She can go and we'll
Okay.
come back.
Ms. Rosario?
I have similar concerns as some of the other board members that I have shared multiple times, and that is with the same idea that the sustainability over time of these positions that we've added under or with the ESSER funds, that after all is said and done in the next several years, that these positions may sunset, or that we wouldn't be able to move forward with these same positions because we can't afford them. So that's a concern of mine. I don't know, and clearly the idea that we're using ESSER funds to purchase textbooks that we were somehow deficient in is also very concerning. The purpose of the ESSER funds were intended to help keep schools open during the pandemic, help keep schools functioning, help keep schools or teachers in schools and then students in schools. At the very beginning, it was opening virtual and then making sure that everybody had laptops and Wi-Fi capability. I mean, some of those things, those were important for the ESSER funds to be used with ESSER funds because that's what the purpose was. But some of these other things that have been added are worrisome. I worry about where we are going. I'm not saying that math coaches or success coaches or reading coaches are not important. They are. Counselors are important. Graduation coaches, dropout prevention. Those are all important. But to be sustained over time with the funding that we would receive outside of the ESSER funding, what would happen then? What will happen after 2024, for example? Do those positions sunset?
Through the chair, no ma'am. In order to, there will be none of your concerns, there no substantiability, because the funds that we're basically using ESSER for are for our position. Let's use an example, guidance counselors. Prior year, they were funded by general fund. We moved them to ESSER. So I moved the funds that were used out of general fund to fund the counselors. I now basically put in the savings account. They're sitting in general fund. That's why you have a $24 million fund balance at the beginning of this year. At the end of this year, you should have a slight increase in fund balance again, and then going in the next year's budget, the revenue from the state and the ESSER fund will allow us to continue into 2022, 23, and then we'll have a little bit higher fund balance at the end of that year. That will allow us to continue that sustainability in the years.
So there are no positions in which we don't have recurring funds for. As Mr. Fagan just said to Mr. Barefoot, we're putting it in a flexible account so we can have the maximum level of flexibility to spend based on the needs of kids. So the creating a scenario in which we're concerned about funding positions is not at all accurate. We have, every position is aligned to recurring funds.
Okay.
So what happens then in the future if we don't know where the, worst case scenario, there's another shutdown? Worst case scenario. If these funds are placed in our general fund, how are we identifying? Is there a separate category? How, so that we don't touch certain funds in case of this emergency that may come down the pike? I mean, I don't understand how that works.
Through the chair, if you recall, when the pandemic originally hit, there was concern regarding the FTE that the district was going to report because students just kind of vaporized. You had several districts that lost 5, 6, 7, 10,000 students. They were just gone. State held us harmless. They came in and said, okay, we budgeted it, they have funds in reserve, we're gonna hold you harmless on your FTE. You'll get a gain if you had an increase, but if you lost students, we're gonna keep you whole. Now, I can't predict that's exactly what will happen into the future, but I would have to look back to the government, back to the federal government, that if another incident were to happen, there would be some safety nets that they already have, because I'm not mistaken, they have about $500 million that was put in reserve for this year in case the same thing kind of sort of happened, okay? Plus our fund balance that we're going to be putting away. Now, if you had a major hit to our FTE, you had a major event that you did have a dip, well then yes, naturally you may have some budget reductions. But building up the fund balance will help soften that blow over the future. Can't predict everything, but it's not like you're spending every dollar today to where next year you're dependent 100% on your reoccurring revenue, but you had things that sunsetted. We're going to have a little bit of a safety net there to guide us through the next couple of years.
And just to add, because I feel like I want to defend Mr. Fagan's leadership, we set a budget on an annual basis. So as we go into the upcoming year, it's clearly defined what revenue is covering which particular expenses. So we don't expend a dollar until we know where that dollar is coming from. It's not funding and hoping, it's funding with every level of assurance we are, in fact, in a good place. This is a district under Mr. Fagan's leadership that its financial rating has improved. That doesn't happen without solid fiscal management. So where this district is now because of the pandemic and because of our ability to navigate public dollars with as much flexibility as possible, what we have done, and I've said this to, in a number of times, we've been able to right-size the district. We've been able to create a financial plan that allows for refresh of technology. If you're not refreshing your technology every 5 years, as the district was not doing, you don't have technology. If you're not securing over the course of time, the state does not give you enough money or enough funds for the appropriate resources to teach children, textbooks and all of the resources that come with them, so teachers can make their lives, as complex as their lives are, as easy as possible with the absolute best, curriculum. We're now able to do that. So we're using this in a way that's really going to ensure over the course of time, we're building and sustaining a district with a positive flow of cash versus moving from being reactionary to what is broken or what we don't have funds for. So this is an exciting time for us as a school district where we're going to have options and decisions and discussions in the coming months and years about what we are securing to innovate instruction for our students.
Thank you. My last statement is one that I've shared with Dr. Moore and Mr. Fagan. Hillsborough County has on their website an incredible page dedicated to just ESSER funding, training, I guess videos have been uploaded there, along with detailed expense reports and how they have engaged their community in using ESSER funds. Now, I know Hillsborough is a much greater district than we are, but I love their...
They're just a
I love
larger
their-
district. They're not a greater district.
I'm sorry?
They're just a larger district. They're not a greater district.
Larger in number. But what I love about their model is their transparency. If you get a chance to go on their website and check it out, please do so. So Mr. Fagan and Dr. Moore, after multiple conversations about this, what are we at Indian River County going to do to ensure greater transparency on our website with regard to the ESSER funds?
Through the chair, we have two things. One, we're looking at that website to see if we can mimic some of their items. There are a lot more moving parts on theirs versus ours. On our monthly financials, we've never missed a beat. On every one of our financials, there's a page dedicated specifically to all federal grants, including all the grants, especially all the CARES. And so right there in black and white, how much did we get, how much have we expended, and what is the balance? So that's a small piece in a 27-page document. So we will bring that more to the light and we'll get with technology and the webmaster to enhance that on our website.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Barefoot.
Just to reinforce this conversation, these are restricted funds coming in for a specific use from the government, replacing what previously had been funded out of normal revenue. Anybody running a business, this is a $325 million business. Anytime you can replace money you have to spend anyways with restricted funds, freeing up that money to move elsewhere for another use, whether it's a one-time use or to enhance over a period of time, that's what you do. That's business 101. That's what we're talking about here. This does not require a whole lot of conversation as far as I'm concerned. You're running a business, you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you're providing flexibility down the road should you need to spend money that otherwise you might not have because you're putting it away. Think of it as restricted funding coming in and it replaces what you would pay for anyway. And if you're really good at it, you will end up putting away a lot more than you will need to spend down the road, so you're constantly going to be able to build on that general fund balance, which you've done a very good job of doing for the
Thanks,
last
sir.
couple of years.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have a couple of comments. One is I appreciate you very much because I think part of the reason why you're getting this question over and over again, and I wrote down the same question because I know I discussed it with you earlier about when you fund positions, how do you maintain that over years? And I think the reason why 3 of the board members especially were concerned about it is because we went through it before. When I was first on this board, we had a lot of positions that were in the millage. Dr. Schiff, you understand. So we were concerned because if we didn't get the millage back under the referendum, then we had, I think it was 15 people that were going to not have a position. and they were critical positions. So that's, I think, the reason why this concern is there. So first of all, thank you, because I liken it to if you have a car loan that's a low-interest car loan, and you have a high-interest credit card, which one do you want to pay off first? And I think, you know, anyone understands that you want to pay off your high-interest loan first so that you can save money in the long run. So we're looking at the long run here, which I appreciate because I don't think we have done that so much in the past. The other thing I want to say about that is having been a principal, when you have teachers that will complain in a faculty meeting that you didn't pay for something or buy something that they really, really need, and you try to show them your budget, I actually would project my budget and show them, hey, I can't because there's no money in that particular bucket. When you explain school finance to someone that really doesn't understand school finance and they don't understand why you can't pay for something, and then they see there's nothing in the bucket, they say, well, just move the money from one bucket to another. Well, there are rules on these buckets. So we appreciate the fact that you know the rules to the buckets, and that by using the ESSER bucket money, we can now free up other money to go into different buckets that maybe needed the money but didn't have it in the bucket before. So thank you for filling the buckets, basically. And that's all I have.
Excuse me, I just wanted to follow up on one thing. This was from before, and you explained it to me privately, and the way these monies that are federally allocated then pass through the state before they get to us, there's a process by which that happened, and particularly in ESSER 3, which we're still waiting for. You have on the slide about the legislative budget amendment is required, and when it's complete, 2/3 of the allocation will be released and such. And we had a conversation about how that was going to happen and how the applications had to be made. So as of now, our application for ESSER 3 has been made to the state, right?
To the chair, yes, ma'am.
Once all of those allocations are put in by each of the districts, then it will go to the legislature for a budget amendment, after which then 2/3 of those funds will be released to us, and then at some point following that, we'll get the remaining 1/3, but we don't know any of that time frame or when any of that is going to happen, correct?
To the chair, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure everybody understood that publicly, that the ESSER 3 funds are not funds we currently have. We don't know when we're going to get them. There are a number of steps that have to happen before they even get close to becoming funds that we can expend. And I just want to make sure everybody understands how all that's working.
To the chair, yes, ma'am.
That is the $64,000 question.
64 million and plus. Yeah.
Exactly. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next is an update from the crisis management presentation, and let me just set this up this way. This is an item, a great item that Dr. Schiff brought the Tuesday prior to the break. And one of the practices that we do as a leadership team is we, at the end of each board meeting, is debrief where can we improve, what do we have coming down the pipe. And I really wanted to ensure as I started this meeting that we're keeping the main thing, that we as a board and senior staff and superintendent are talking about the most important thing, the care for our children and teaching and learning for our children. So I pushed really hard to get this presentation on the docket for today. In keeping in mind, we had 3 days until the end of the break, and then we also, and then we came back last week, and we already had professional development scheduled. So I put a big burden on staff to meet this timeline. And I want to thank them for meeting a very quick turnaround. It may be, 4 weeks since we've last met, but the reality is we have been off for 2 weeks, and we had to close schools, and 2 of the first 3 days last week were actually development, which is being conducted by a number of the individuals who are presenting today. So I don't think this is going to capture all of the initial requests, but I think it is a large chunk of it. But we wanted to provide some of the mental health, social, emotional support that we are providing students as quickly as possible to the board, and then we'll listen, take any feedback, and then follow up as need be. So I think we're going to start with Ms. Dampier, and she'll set it up, and then we'll go through the presentation. And once again, thank you for staff putting this together so quickly.
Through the chair, thank you so much. We're so pleased to be able to offer, to present today about the supports that we have for health, safety, and well-being for our students and staff within the school district of Indian River County. Today, we're going to have 3 sections of the presentation. The first one will be school safety, and we have Mr. Teskey here who will begin with school safety, and then for that particular section, follow up with Dr. Lewis that will complete that section, talking about the school safety that we have on behalf of student services and the supports we provide there. Next, mental health. Dr. Lewis will do an overview of the mental health services that we provide for our students, as well as the last section, which is student success. We were asked to provide how are we ensuring that our students are ready for graduation, and I will lead that section. And then afterwards, we will have a session for question and answers. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Teskey.
Happy New Year, everyone. Board members, Dr. Moore. So normally we cover these topics in our closed safety sessions that usually have occurred in August and September. Forgive me if I'm a little vague with some of my answers because I do have to keep confidential security and safety in mind as this is a public meeting. So I will do my best to answer your questions as I can, and if not, I will follow up with you all afterwards if you have a specific question that I didn't address. Just starting the big picture, the emergency management plan. We've had a plan in place here since 2013. Unfortunately, the aftermath of Sandy Hook forced many districts to react differently. Indian River County School District has been proactive since then with an emergency management plan in place. And as you can see, crisis response was one of the main factors within that emergency management plan that we developed. Prevention, preparedness, crisis response, the recovery planning, and then training. The last revision to this plan was in July of 2018, occurring after MSD Parkland, where, as we all have lived through, Senate Bill 7026 and 7030 has created good changes for school districts around the state of Florida. But I felt this was important because crisis response, crisis management has been a piece, has been something that we have trained our staff and our principals on since 2013. This is just a refresher slide for everyone that we have trained all the way down to the lowest level within our staff, schools, and facilities, from custodians to bus drivers, all the way up to principals, directors, and cabinet members. We train on annually to meet safety needs with our code drills. These documents are displayed in our classrooms and are accessible for teachers and staff to use. There is an annual training requirement that's involved for all teachers and staff. We do online module training as well as hands-on movement trainings with our drills with our staff. And this all ties into the emergency management plan, which is a confidential document that we have referenced during our closed session meetings with the board each year. So I wanted to share with everyone the professional development that the security department offers to the employees of the school district of Indian River County. We offer trainings and drills and professional development on general security awareness, how to recognize and scan perimeters and report suspicious persons and activities, behavioral detection for our school bus drivers. As we mentioned back in August and September, TSA has deemed school buses a very vulnerable and soft target. It has been a priority and a focus for us for the past 3 years. We've completed 3 levels of TSA training with Mrs. Idalet and her wonderful staff. We're developing a baseline of student behavior, moods, and appearance and attendance, things that would trigger an employee to try and report and assist and offer services to a student, detecting proper notifications when these changes occur. Main focus this past year has been reunification procedures with law enforcement, working alongside the Sheriff's Department and our city municipality police departments to plan and modify our reunification protocol drills. These change every year based upon threats and locations. But we do offer training for our schools on reunification procedures. You all have also taken part in active shooter awareness, active assailant, active shooter, your online trainings with the Vector Safe Schools modules. They could be classroom-based, school-based, facility-based. There is a teacher staff training module as well as an administrator, director, district-level training module that we are required to take. SATA, which is our security enhancements through assessments. This is basically teaching teachers and staff, principals, key personnel, what to look for on a walkthrough, a campus tour, a visit, how to read and develop a risk assessment, what is vulnerable on my campus, what is a strength, what is a vulnerability, and then tying it all together with an after-action review report. These are confidential documents, confidential assessments, and only shared with district staff and law enforcement. All of this tying into the Florida School Safety Assessment Tool, which was submitted each year that you have been briefed on at that time for the Office of Safe Schools, identifying initiatives and directives, receiving feedback from the board that was incorporated into that document. So that's a recap of just some of the professional development that the Security Department can offer our staff. We also have held town hall meetings, or we can attend meetings, PTA meetings, school advisory meetings. We can attend that upon request from principals if they have a parent base who is interested in something specific. Looking back to 2018, we were required under Senate bill language to have an outside agency come in and do an audit inspection of our safety practices and protocols, reviewing our crisis response and crisis management protocols. We contracted with Safe Havens International, and in 2018, they conducted a physical security assessment of our 23 public schools. Charter schools contracted separately on their own. The purpose of the assessment was to identify opportunities to improve physical safety and security at each school across the district. They also did look at district facilities as well, too. The district used this information to enhance the annual school hardening grant application that was due. We took their feedback and have actually completed some projects that were put into that plan of action. There was an on-site evaluation and an off-site evaluation that Safe Havens conducted. And if you'll focus to the top portion of this slide, I just want to reiterate the purpose is they did look at prevention and mitigation and preparedness, dealing with crisis and crisis response. They did review our emergency operation plan, which we reference and call the EMP, which dealt with a crisis plan and a safety plan. It was in place. Safe Havens reviewed any documents relating to safety and emergency preparedness that would be given to staff or teachers. They reviewed guides and procedures and manuals that related to student threat evaluation, as well as bullying and suicide prevention. They reviewed our policies, written policies on student behavior, which would be our student code of conduct. They reviewed our student disciplinary action plan. They looked at data, crime statistics they received from local law enforcement agencies. And then they looked at results of school and district surveys, which included school safety for students and parents. They were looking for trends from students, staff, and parents, things that we may have missed. So the off-site evaluation actually occurred off campus. That occurred before, during, and after the evaluation itself. It took them a lot of time to complete that. It wasn't a 1 or 2 day event. They conducted a district level assessment in addition to site visits, where they specifically looked at and interviewed key district personnel, local emergency management, and public safety agencies to gain a better understanding of any safeties or concerns. So they wanted to see if the school district was reporting above. Were they working with law enforcement? Were they working with the Emergency Operations Center? Have they referenced FEMA? Was there a trail of certifications, testings for staff in the event of something catastrophic happening? They look for preparedness in emergency situations, the public safety response capabilities of the district, how we communicate with law enforcement and each other, what technologies we were using, looking at our camera systems and our access control systems. They interviewed law enforcement for the school resource officer program, where we staffed properly before hours and after hours events, during athletic events. Did we exercise our drill programs? Did we practice our drills? Did we receive feedback? How do we train staff for safety, security? What training programs were available? Do we have a threat assessment approach for students? Did we address bullying prevention, student supervision procedures and practices? Was there an anonymous threat management approach, a reporting system? How do we document before, during, and after incidences for safety efforts? And student safety, security, and emergency preparedness measures for our school buses. Did we have a plan in place? So their feedback was an intense binder. It took hours to go through. I've summarized it as best I can to not reveal any sensitive information, but this was their conclusion. Although we have identified a number of opportunities for improvement, our analysts were highly impressed with many of the measures that were implemented by the school district of Indian River County. We feel that all of our schools can become even safer environments that are more conducive of learning with the types of improvements described in this report. By building upon these many improvements that have been implemented, the goal is both realistic and attainable, and that was from Les Nichols. The purpose for showing this was that crisis management, crisis response was part of this evaluation. It is something that we have had in place, that we continue to work on and become stronger in the event of something happening in our district. I'll turn this back to Mrs. Dampier now.
This is a continuation of the presentation, looking over the school safety measures that we have in place. In terms of our incident reporting, we have a state system that those incidents are reported, and that is our school environmental safety incident reporting system, which is a incident-based system. And this encompasses when we have situations that arise, in which I'll read from here. Threat and intimidation are defined by assessor as an incident where there was no physical contact between the offender and victim, but the victim felt that physical harm could have occurred based on verbal or nonverbal communication by the offender. And then it gets into, it includes nonverbal threats, which involve, for example, brandishing a weapon, and verbal threats of physical harm, which are made in person, electronically, or through any other means. And this covers our multidisciplinary threat assessment team, which is across the entire school district. We have that in place. We have team members that are part of this team, including school psychologists, school administrator, even our law enforcement, school counselor, that makes up that team. And also in terms of just looking at our problem-solving measures, threat assessment is, again, it's a problem-solving approach to violence prevention that involves assessment and intervention with students who have threatened violence. And then we have threat assessment. Again, we're ensuring that we are being attentive and ensuring that our students are safe. So in these situations, we are always in tune to even reports that come outside of our school district. We want to make sure that students are safe. And just want to make sure you know that all of these things that we have in terms of our school safety efforts are very imperative in terms of our crisis intervention team supports. We have that on a school-based level, as well as a district crisis level. And so each school has its own crisis intervention team that is district-wide. And this team is mobilized first to deal with a crisis impacting their specific school. And the district crisis intervention team is mobilized if the nature or intensity of the crisis requires a broader level of services. And we have our different levels of support that we provide. And that is, I'm sorry, guys. I went too fast. And these supports are on every level, are presented here and illustrated here in terms of group presentations, structured group counseling, That's including grief or trauma counseling, parent supports, a referral to our community resources. We do have a mental health collaboration, debriefing sessions as well, and ongoing professional development is there. And I'm going to move forward with looking at our multi-tier system of supports framework that covers our academic, behavior, and social emotional needs of students. And this is the graphical depiction here illustrates this across the tiered level supports that we have. This is serving as a menu of those supports. And as you could see indicated here, for example, we have instruction, social emotional learning instruction that is in place in terms of our mental health supports as well on that tier 1 level. And as we move forward into tier 2, which is more supplemental supports, for example, we're providing, example, small group instruction and counseling supports. And then as we rise up, we have that intensive level on the tier 3 level, which may require more community-based level supports. I want to bring to your attention here that we have prevention intervention specialists as well as district lead school counselors that were added. And I want to highlight the district lead school counselors. We have 2 that are supporting the all school counselors across the district and providing the professional development, coaching, and so on. And our prevention intervention specialists have also a special role in terms of making sure we are implementing part of that framework of positive behavior interventions and supports framework. And that involves monthly coaching, training, supports, progress monitoring as well, and looking at that data. And also our prevention intervention specialists are helping us with ensuring that we are supporting our Aspire classrooms. Also training provided for SEL and restorative practices. And as you see illustrated, providing individual coaching, modeling, et cetera. And our psychological services team, definitely part of our crisis intervention supports. We have school psychologists that are providing evaluations, psychoeducational evaluations, individual coaching, multi-tier system of supports framework. They are problem solving with teams and ensuring students are successful, looking at supports across academics and as well as social emotional behavioral supports. Looking at our social emotional learning programming, we have implementing Sanford Harmony on an elementary level, beginning pre-K through 5th grade. And as well as looking at our supports for secondary, we have Second Step, that is another program for students in middle school, as well as we have an online program of lessons, which we are providing through Ripple Effects, which is for 6th through 12th grade. To ensure that we are preventing recidivism, this programming is very critical and important. We have alternative intervention measures, as well as, which is new for this school year. We have Aspire, which is our alternative school-based program to inspire renewed excellence program, which again started this school year, as well as our alternative to out-of-school suspension, which is ALTOS, which started in 2020. Again, these supports are very, as you can see, illustrated in terms of what they specifically cover. We're always looking at early warning systems and students under the alternative intervention measures area, looking at academics, discipline, and behavior, and problem solving around students that are at risk for, in terms of being unsuccessful academically. We want to make sure those students are identified and we're problem solving around those students. In terms of Aspire as well, as you can see, again, this classroom is specific to ensure that, again, we want to have alternative discipline, and so students are able to reflect during this time and look at whatever took place in that situation in terms of any discipline matter, that they are able to learn other alternatives to their behavior, as well as ALTOS, again, It's a program that as well, that students are able to reflect and to problem solve, and even it has a component of prevention and mental health supports for that particular program. All of this, when we're looking at our district strategic plan, our goal, those programs that were highlighted have an impact on our out-of-school suspension numbers. And we, as you can see, from 2019-2020 school year, this number of 1,461 suspensions compared to 2021, we had 126. Now, I know that some of this data, we have to remember we did have a school closure that would impact some of those numbers. So I just want you to be aware that that would not reflect an entire school year. But at this point, for 2021, 2022, this is where we are at this point of 151 to date. So looking at our annual target, we're of 365. Right now, we look like we're on target at this point. Moving forward with our mental health, I'm just going to move kind of quickly. I know I had my 10 minutes. I don't want to go over. Looking at this data from 2019-2020 school year, this is the number of mental health referrals that we had. We had 214, and then we're looking at our Baker Acts, which was 109. Keep in mind, 51% of those referrals are associated, with those Baker Act events. Of the mental health referrals out of those 214. So looking at the data for 2020-2021, we had mental health referrals of 358, and then we had a total of 139 Baker Acts, which was 39% of those, represented 39% of those referrals. For this current, from August 2021, of course, to this current period of time that we are in, you'll see that we are at 287 mental health referrals and have 41 Baker Acts reported to date. And out of those referrals, 14% are of the 287 mental health referrals, if that makes sense. Now, just looking closely, and I don't want to spend a lot of time here because it is very evident where the needs are in terms of where mental health referrals are indicated here. But I want to make sure I put a caveat that when you see high numbers in specific areas for representing mental health referrals, that always tells me the positive is that there's an awareness and students are getting the needs that that are necessary. And so, looking at these numbers, you can see that ninth graders is a definite area, that where we see the increasing numbers grade level wise. And if looking at the specifics of data in terms of school data, you could see where the mental health referrals are being generated highly. And then we're looking at our numbers in terms of our population of kids, and 47% of white students have generated that number of mental health referrals, as well as African American students at 21% and Hispanic students at 27%. And this is a continuation of looking at our mental health referrals for 2020-2021 school year. Still, as you can see, there were 63, which was, again, high level, looking at Vero Beach High School as having a high concentration of those referrals, as well as looking at our population, our grade level high at seventh, numbers of referrals generated at the 7th grade level, and not ignoring all the other. I just want to highlight the higher, the number that is there. But we want to be actively looking at all grade levels and monitoring and looking at this data. But again, it is data that is telling us, where students, where the needs are. In terms of race as well, just as I had reflected, 48% of our white students are generated the mental health referrals, as well as our African American at 26%, and Hispanic students at 17%. In terms of our Baker Acts for the 2020-2021 school year, again, as you would see, it reflected the breakdown of our schools and where those Baker Act events were generated. And at, again, Vero Beach High School had 33 reported, as well as if you look at our Sebastian River High was at 24, and Oswald Middle had 16, and Gifford Middle had 16 as well. In terms of our grade level data, we're seeing high numbers in terms of looking at our 9th grade students, as well as, and again, a concentration in terms of race of 58% white students, 22% African American students. When we talk about Baker Acts referrals, and 10% Hispanic students as well. Looking at our to date for this school year, you know, we have again a high number of mental health referrals generated at Vero Beach High School, as well as looking at the grade level. At this point, we see that 6th grade has a high number of mental health referrals generated. And I'm just going to say it again, that these referrals indicate that, you know, students are talking, and we have an awareness that, you know, they needed the supports that that are, you know, prevalent here. So I don't want this to be viewed as negative. It's just that we have to think about too their you know, adolescent, you know, at that level may again be more reporting of these incidences. So we have 46% white in terms of race, as well as African American students at 29% and Hispanic at 17% that were reported. Now we're looking at, again, our Baker Acts for this, at this point where we are for this school year. And as you can see illustrated here, 9th grade students, you know, generated the 12, Baker Acts to this point. And you can see again, just looking at the school data and where the referrals are coming in, as well as the student population of kids, which is similar to the previous slides. And this is the breakdown of our findings overall. Again, you know, what I've already indicated, that Vero Beach High School showed the number of, you know, Baker Acts, but there's been a decline when we look and compare between 2019 2020 school year and our 2020-2021 school year. You see a difference, and we are at 9 Baker Acts to date. Also, we know that our 9th grade students, we are seeing a high number of Baker Acts. However, we're seeing that at this point we're at 12 at this current moment to date. And then looking at race, we see that white students are, in terms of looking at Baker Acts, there has been a high number where, if we look at 2020-2021 school year, we were at 81. And, you know, I just want to say that some of this data, looking at 2019-2020, it was a year where we had that school closure, and so it does not represent, you know, a total number of all. However, I want to say that we know that students, you know, have had needs and needed more support, and so that's a very tough time and a difficult time. So we would, you know, that would explain too some of that, more of that need as well for mental health supports. And so I'm here with looking at, okay, what supports that we have that we are providing our district. And so you see that we have mental health specialists and school social workers that are delivering those supports, you know, across our district, and that's through our tiered level of supports, which we reviewed at the very beginning of this part of my presentation. So, and this is just giving you what those services involve, what, you know, again, back to providing that social emotional learning supports, trauma-informed care, mental health. They're consulting, you know, with school counselors, and they're working with, even consulting with teachers, and they're providing coaching and direct intervention services. And they're coordinating mental health services for students, you know, in the community, making sure that, you know, students have that ability to, outside of the services that we're providing in our schools, that we're able to ensure we're connecting them with those supports, those community agencies, to provide that additional supports for students who really truly need it. And so as we have, in terms of our mental health programming, and again, a lot of this is based on the Marjory Stoneman Douglas Act, and ensuring that we have that mental health instruction that students are required to have, which is a minimum of 5 hours of instruction, which is delivered to grades 6 through 12. And so we are utilizing EverFi for those digital lessons to be delivered to students, as well as Erica's Lighthouse provides for 6th through 9th grade this classroom-based program that takes a deeper look at depression and suicide and explores strategies for good mental health. And also it includes information about seeking help, including school-based, local, and national referral services. So again, it's bringing awareness so for students to know where to get help when that need is necessary, and they need that level, extra level of support.
Also to add with that, along with that, with the mental health, when we're looking at the data, we're constantly looking at the data and making data-driven decisions. We just had Mrs. Bass before the break looked at the data and made some adjustments to our mental health staff and where they're providing additional support. So some of the days were increased at some schools based on the need, and some schools it was reduced based on the need, based on the data. And so we're constantly looking at that data, making those data-driven decisions to provide support for the mental health. So just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. Secondly, we were charged with just providing an overview of student success. You know, our number one priority is to make sure our students are ready for graduation. And we're not going to wait until 11th and 12th grade to be concerned about them graduating. Of course, it starts at kindergarten. But when they enter high school, we want to make sure there's consistent monitoring of that. And so we've just fine-tuned a couple of areas that we needed to do. But with that, we were asked about the credits, how many students who are not on track, who do not have the number of credits, which are the 24 credits. And at Sebastian River High School, at this point in time, we have 52 students. And at Vero Beach High School, we have 90. This is not uncommon. We went back and looked at our previous data, which is a part of our progress monitoring. We used to do it, and Dr. McMahon talked about the paper and pencil and all of that. Now that we have Power BI, we were able to go look and compare to where our students were, the numbers last year, and this is just where they were at that point, a lot of students. And we're providing opportunities through Edgenuity for some of these kids to, you know, participate during school, before school, after school, to make up these course recovery opportunities. Those students who have less than a 2.0, again, these students have been identified, the graduation coaches as well as our school counselors. They have a list, especially now through Power BI. They used to do it hand by hand, but through Power BI, that identifies the total number of students that we have at each school who are not on track based on they have less than a 2.0. So our school counselors, our graduation coaches, they're working feverishly with these kids, one-on-one, some of them, and working with the teachers as well as working with the parents to make sure that these students are on track to graduate by, you know, pretty much it's been sometimes even up until May where some of these kids are on the list to graduate. So again, these numbers, again, are not uncommon, because I've already checked with Dr. McMahon, because compared to last year and the previous year, this is where we were last year. But I believe that next year, with some of these tracking practices that we have in place for next year, we're going to see a reduction in this. Some of the tracking of student progress as a school and as a district, we utilize 2 new dashboards, and Dr. McMahon went over these 2 dashboards. We used the early warning systems, which really focuses on absences, suspensions. Every school team has access to this data. They look at this data and they problem solve around this early warning system data, as well as our graduation monitoring, which is done by graduation coaches and our school counselors. They're looking at this data. They've also given us feedback on how we can improve on the dashboards to meet their needs. And this information is constantly being monitored through our school teams. Sure, can we do better? Yes. We've had conversations with the principals, and we have a plan in place to have that improved for starting this month. Also, we want to make sure our parents and our students have access to be able to track and be self-reliant to look at some of where they're at through focus. They can look at this and see whether or not they're on track for credits, what courses, whether or not they've met the concordant score for reading and math. If they're a level 1 and level 2, it tells them how many credits they're shy. It gives them a plethora of information that they can partake in and be able to, monitor their progress as well, and this is via focus. Our current practice has been that students are monitored and supported towards their graduation goals. This has not always been consistent. I've had conversations with our principals as well as our school counselors, graduation coaches. In the past, our school counselors have met with all seniors in the fall and spring, and then they've provided continuous support throughout the year. Graduation coaches, they have a list of all the students who are not on track to graduate, and they're meeting bi-monthly with all seniors to ensure that they're successful with graduation. The new practice moving forward is that we don't want to start in 11th and 12th grade. We want to make sure in 9th grade that we're monitoring students to ensure students are successful, and we put a plan in place, and I'm going to go over that in a few minutes. First, we have the principal role outlined, because it's very important that the principal is a part of this practice and leading this work in collaboration with those who are responsible for it. School team collaboration to ensure student success, so we want to make sure they're working as a team to make this happen, because it can't be done just by a school counselor. We want to make sure that our schools are sharing the same information at the same time, and it was so ironic. Last week we were on a call with the 2 high schools, and one director knew something that another director did not know. And so what we're going to do is make sure that we're having these monthly meetings so they can collaborate and make sure that they know there are different reports that they found out that were available that can make their lives easier. So we're going to continue to do that as well. And then with our counselor lead, where our counselor lead is now going to be facilitating these quarterly monitoring meetings with district staff, which will include myself, Dr. McMahon, and he's already meeting with the graduation coaches and school counselors monthly about the graduation, but this is also, we're going to tie in Mr. Brown, who's our AIM advocate. He's been meeting with all the high school principals. Ms. Ainge, our school counselor lead, has been going with him, and they go and they look at the students. They've identified students on the early warning system list, and they have a list, and they go in and they meet with the principal, the school team, and ask what supports are in place for this student, and then he's monitoring that to ensure that certain students who are really off track, I mean, they have several, they're just not missing one thing, they're missing several to ensure that they're successful and ready to graduate. That is something new that we haven't done, and the principals have found this to be beneficial because there's a plan for success for this kid, and every month Mr. Brown and Mrs. Ainge is going to meet with all secondaries, not just at the high school, but at the middle school level as well, to ensure that students, we're preparing them not just at the high school level, but ensuring success at the middle school level as well. So with this, moving forward, our new practice is to make sure that we are pulling reports. We're starting in January because this is where we're at, and we're making sure that it's done consistently within both high schools. January, they're going to conduct records review and alter school student schedules if they're missing credits, if they're not on track to graduate for specific areas. The principal is now going to be involved in that process. Our school counselors and graduation coaches will be providing the list to the principals on the 5th week, the middle of the 9 weeks, and that list will contain the teachers, et cetera, who those students are, those courses that they're failing, and the principal will be meeting with the teachers as well to collaborate to see how we can ensure that these kids, what's going on, why are these kids, so many kids are, failing the class. And then from there, this will be a continuous cycle of collaboration. It just will not occur, as you can see, again in April. This process, we will have letters going home to parents and guardians of students who still need, they're missing credits, course recovery, all of those things that we're going to make sure that those kids are on track for graduation. So it's not going to be a one-time thing. It's going to be a continuous thing, and it's going to start 9th through 12th grade. As you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, it says 9th through 12th grade. We're not starting in 11th and 12th, and that's been one of our big ahas, is to make sure that we're monitoring at the end of the 9th grade semester to make sure that we're putting those kids in the right courses, making sure credit recovery is available for those kids, and that it's consistent at both schools, and we're doing it at the same time. So one school is not saying it's happening at Vero Beach, but it's not happening at Sebastian, or vice versa. We're meeting and making sure and monitoring this. And who's going to lead this work is going to be our district lead school counselor, will oversee to make sure that this is happening on our school campuses, as well as quarterly. They will be having a meeting with, teams meeting with the district team to make sure that this is happening at the course, at the end of the quarter. We were also asked about community resources. Currently, we have Crossover Mission, who's done a lot with our secondary schools. They've done some tutoring, offered tutoring on campus, as well as kids can have access to go to tutoring on their campus as well. And then the collaboration we've had with Boys and Girls Club, and that's elementary, middle, and high school, that students, we have transportation to take them to the Boys and Girls Club to partake in these opportunities. So at this time, are there any questions?
Just kind of summarize all of that, which was a lot of information, but it was a big ask. That's why I kind of started with acknowledging the volume of work that the staff has been in a very, very short amount of time. And as I reflect back over the last 2 years of coming in as a superintendent, and I evaluate the rate of change within this specific area, you see a high level of change. And a lot of times when you look at organizational development, you always have to monitor, are you changing? Real life examples of crisis management here at Mr. Teskey.
I was going to say, when Mr. Teskey's phone does that, it makes me a little nervous.
Me and you both. You evaluate the rate of change, making sure that the organizational behaviors that you're changing are in fact putting an overabundance of strain on the organization. We have Aspire, we have AIM, we have the elementary counselors that were not in place prior to my arrival. You have the PATH program. You have a critical eye on what we're doing in terms of consequences for student behaviors that are now in place through Mr. Meyer's office. We have the lead counselors that Ms. Dampier has referenced a number of times. And I don't know if it's... I saw you coming. And I don't know if it's because I was a counselor myself or I oversaw student services and mental health in Miami, but it was a priority to get these systems and structures in place. So by no means are we anywhere close to being done. I think we have really established that this is a non-negotiable in terms of educating the whole child. It is a non-negotiable in terms of educating the whole child. And if we are to ensure that our students are graduating, which is how this presentation began by Ms. Dampier, and ready to meet the demands of the 21st century, we need to ensure that they can problem solve, that they have the grit, they have the determination, they can communicate in order to be successful. This is part of education in today's world, and it is comprehensive and it is complex. So the volume of work, I'm proud of the volume of work, and I think where we are at this point with everything that we have done really is to step back and evaluate just as we did with the student data. So we began today talking about reflecting on the impact of instruction, really looking at, we have AIM, we have Aspire. Are we seeing long-term positive impacts on the lives of children as a result of these particular programs? And that really is the district review, the feedback from principals in terms of implementation to shift or modify, enhance ultimately the level or quality of support. So glad this is a item that was brought by Dr. Schiff. Thrilled that this is a topic of conversation. As you referenced, porting mental health referrals. Yeah, you're right. That's not a bad thing. Sometimes it's stereotyped as being a bad thing, and I'm glad you preface it every time that you almost said it. It is what it is. So when you look at it, there's work to be done, absolutely. But proud of the shift or the change of practice at school sites, the level of awareness. Looking forward to receiving feedback and then reporting in future meetings regarding the continued progress in terms of our effort around this work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I just noticed the time and thinking that we started at noon. I see a couple of you took breaks. Are we good to keep going after this? Do you want to take a break? Okay. Good? Okay. Thank you. All right. Dr. Schiff, since this was your item to bring forward, would you like to speak first?
Yes and no. So thank you for putting this together. As Dr. Moore mentioned, I know this is a fair amount to pull together, and because of when it happened, a relatively short amount of actual work time and work days. In looking at this, in characterizing school safety and mental health, what's clear is that there are, if you will, hard and soft safety issues, right? There's hard issues like Mr. Teskey talks about. And then there's soft issues like mental health and student awareness and all of that. My goal in focusing on this is to ensure that we're doing both and that they're part of an overall comprehensive approach to how we understand the well-being of students in our district. I also, please remind me when I forget this, I want to switch my language from mental health to mental wellness, because I think we do a disservice when we don't do that. I'm going to go sort of some broad issues as well as, dig down into some specific ones, and then more specific ones I'll just send you directly so that you can address those in future presentations. Broadly speaking, what for me would be most helpful, and I'll dig into how I would find this helpful, or the specific ways of doing this. What I would find most helpful, and we talked about this a little bit prior to this meeting, is to understand the interventions that we're taking, or the strategies that we're taking, specifically around mental health and its mental wellness and its relationship to school safety. But what I want to understand is less yes, there are the programs we're providing, there's the trainings that we're doing, but what I want to understand is the outcomes that we're producing. And so what would be really helpful for me from this would be to see the analysis. What I want to see is the analysis of if we are, this is a random, if we are creating Aspire as our version of ISS, what exactly are we doing, for whom, and what outcomes is it producing so that we know it's working, or if it's not, so that we can readjust our resources and our support in order to produce more successful outcomes. That's my goal in this. And so when we come back, those are the kinds of things, and I, referencing the earlier presentation by Dr. McMahon, as Dr. Moore said, I asked Dr. McMahon the same question. The data in and of itself is less useful outside of the context of how we analyze it and understand it. So, for example, specifically to Dr. Lewis's point, that when we see increasing mental health referrals, that may be a good thing because there's less of a stigma, or people are more willing to see help. Well, we don't know that until we dig in, right? We don't know if this is a good thing because more people are seeking health, or if it's indicating that there's a much more serious level of problem out there. When we see this year, more than double the mental health referrals in half the year, we don't know if that's because more people are seeking services which we might classify as a good thing, or because we're seeing a degree and a level of problem that we have not seen before and we're not yet equipped to deal with. Those are the kinds of things I want to understand in these presentations. So, and when they come back, I'll give more details of the kinds of things. Those are the things that would be helpful for me to understand moving forward. Are we using our resources as productively to produce the best outcomes so that in a time which we know mid-pandemic, post, we don't know where we are, right? I wish we did. I keep wanting to say post-pandemic and we're not. We want to avert problems before they happen. What we're seeing in the news, what we're seeing in other districts, is that children's mental wellness is declining. And I want to be the district that gets that right. I want to be the district that anticipates and provides services and crafts our resources so that we avoid the kinds of problems that we see in other districts, the least of which, not the least, but some of which is students simply not showing up or having problems completing their work, all the way on a continuum to school violence. And that's what I'm trying to get at in these requests. So that said, to Mr. Teskey's work, repeating the information that we got in 2018 from, I'm blanking on their name right now.
Safe Haven.
Safe Haven. What I'd be interested in knowing, we're in a different world right now. So how does that information translate to where we are now, 3 years later, a quarter, a third, half, or fully through a global pandemic? Those things may not be exactly the same. So how do we analyze those to find out? And I don't want to, I have a lot to say about this, and I understood that we put some limits on how much time board members take. So I'm going to say some of it, I'm going to let other board members speak, and then time permitting, we'll come back. The kinds of things that I want to understand is not simply our intentions, but how are we out, for example, in terms of our mental wellness staff and supports, who do we have? Where do we have them? What are they charged with doing? What are their qualifications? What outcomes are they producing so that we know we're doing the best job possible? That's what I want to better understand. It helps me less to know that we're providing a series of trainings or we're using a series of, Harmony SEL or other packages. What I want to know is what are we doing with them? Is what outcomes are they producing? What I also want to know is when we talk about things, when we look at the referrals, and I want to go back, we looked at the mental health referrals and we looked at the proportion that was Baker acted, right? What would be helpful to know moving forward is not simply the percentage, but the percentage of the population, right? If you simply tell me that 47% of white students in 2019-20, 21% of black students, and 27% of Hispanic students in that year were referred for mental health, what that doesn't tell me is the proportionality, right? How is that related? So we can, as a straight percentage, it's a higher percentage of white students, but as a percentage or a proportion of the population, we're seeing more black and Hispanic students, right? Do you follow what I mean? Mm-hmm. And this goes on over time in each of those. What we see also in those reports, when I want to see some analysis, is that while the percentage of white students stays relatively the same, the percentage of black students on mental health referrals is increasing, but the proportion of the population is relatively, at least the data that we have publicized is about 17%, and it's consistently higher than the 17% of our population. I tried to dig down in some of them to school level demographics, but we don't have that data publicly facing, and I I didn't have time to dig deeper. So those are the kinds of things that would be really helpful to know. I'd like to better understand caseloads for our school psychologists, our school counselors, our mental health supports. When I see on one of the slides, it's back here, when I see that we have 6 mental health specialists and school social workers, and then I see the list of the services provided, that's a lot. It's a lot for 6 mental health specialists and school social workers on top of the roughly 15,000 kids that they're charged with serving and providing services to. So I want to better understand, how are we doing that? What are they doing? What are their caseloads so that we can best support them? I know, and we talked about this earlier, that it's really hard, that we have open positions, and it's hard to get those filled right now, and it's hard to get those filled with qualified personnel, particularly when we're looking for highly specialized qualifications. So I know that's difficult, but there is a tremendous burden right now on our school psychologists, our mental health specialists, all of them. And again, this is not to critique the work that we're doing. It's to understand in advance how we can best create an umbrella and a comprehensive set of services so that we avoid future problems, right? So that we mitigate them. So I'm going to stop here for a minute, and I'll send more specific requests to you and Dr. Moore directly. But those are the kinds of things that would be most helpful in understanding moving forward. Sorry, I'm not going to stop for a second. Because when we get to something that I've been focused on is being prepared for graduation, right? And I know that this is a piece of it. What I'd like to understand in that is that when we talk about the numbers, what would be helpful would be to, again, to know the numbers as a percentage of the population, right? Because again, I think there's an issue of disproportionality here that is missed when we only talk about percentages of the population of kids who don't have enough credits or kids that are under 2.0. That's not the entire population that's eligible, and it's not the proportion of the population in the district. So I think we have to dig down deeper to better understand what those numbers mean and what those percentages mean. Okay? I'll stop here for a minute because I think you get the point, and if there's time, we'll come back.
Mr. Barefoot?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, thank you. I have, this was a lot. There was a time when PBIS was first introduced to the schools that the portion of social and emotional learning that was required was included within the PBIS model. Now it seems that there is an entirely different curriculum for SEL and how it is implemented in schools. I have the statutes that include social and emotional learning and all of the requirements for mental health. So I suppose my question is, and every grade obviously is different, elementary, middle, and high school is different in how it's implemented. But with regard to social and emotional learning specifically, like Sanford Harmony or the second steps, how is that taught? It's supposed to be, the way that I understand it, it is supposed to be embedded within the health curriculum or within the health program, not within every class. So if there could be a little bit of clarity behind this, I'd appreciate it.
So let me talk about PBIS, and then Pam will kind of jump through the health standards. And you are correct. There are statutes that define the those characters under health that we teach, and Pam will go into that. Positive behavior support is not that. Positive behavior support is moving to a school-wide opportunity to encourage students and reward students for displaying positive behaviors. So rewarding students for doing positive things versus having negative consequences for doing negative things. So those are school-wide opportunities to help, positive behavior support. It is not a behavior modification program, it's a behavior support, encouraging students to do things that are positive, flipping the script. In a typical old school environment, you only saw the counselor or the administrator when you did things that are negative. So that is a school-wide structure that is in place to create a positive culture and reward students for those positive behaviors. Now, the characteristics that are required under the health curriculum, which would be citizenship, respect, responsibility, kindness, those kinds of things are embedded into very specific curriculum through health, which I believe is 5 hours, correct?
No.
Nope, and that's why I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dampier right now.
As Governor DeSantis updated the standards, different standards for civics as well as character ed on July of 2021. And he was very specific in what should be taught. We have a statute that says specifically what should be taught in elementary, middle, and high school. And we've been working collaboratively with our CNI department to make sure that that's being done, and not to overburden the teachers. We want to try to embed it into what they're currently doing, and when that will be taught, and what that will look like. Previously, character ed was character counts. You could do character counts, and as a school, you could be specific about the character teaching that. Now, since there are standards and it's embedded, it is required. So we're making sure that that is going to be in our pacing guides moving forward, as well as a time for when it should be taught throughout the school year and throughout the school day. So that is being done. Mrs. Besor is working on that with her team to make sure it's done at a specific time of the day, that it's not just haphazardly, because this is a requirement and an expectation. Like Dr. Moore said, Sanford Harmony, that's building community, classroom community in the classroom. A lot of times the teachers take a brain break just for the kids to get to know one another, to build that sense of community and belonging in the classroom. And it's just questions that are led, there's question stems that may, have the kids, what's their favorite color, why not, to build that relationship with one another in the classroom. And that is done throughout the school day. And like Dr. Moore said, that is focusing on the school culture to enhance that.
So when you say throughout the school day, what does that mean?
It could be.
Is that every single period?
No.
Is that for every single student? Is that only for students in need? Is it, because
it may look.
technically, the way that I understand it, it's supposed to be through health, not through every other subject.
As far as it is done through health, but you can embed that into your literacy curriculum. You can embed several standards. You're aware of that through that literacy block. So when will they do that throughout the day? What I was talking about that can be done throughout the day is the social emotional learning with the Sanford Harmony. Schools take brain breaks to have the students get to know one another and building that sense of community. That could be done throughout the day. That has nothing to do with character ed.
And what about the middle and the high school?
Middle and the high school, the same thing. We met last week as a team to see when that could be done, especially in our high schools and our middle schools, because some of the standards are specific to our resume writing, leadership skills. So some of those can be embedded into, again, the ELA block and be taught through that. And Mrs. Besor is putting together a plan of when that will be taught and where, because it can't just be, because every kid does not have all courses in high school. So trying to find that course that they do have, and a possibility is that they participate in a module where it's required in a particular time throughout the day. So those were some options that we talked about last week at our meeting. So it is a requirement, and we are implementing and making sure that it's done. And it could be where it's a week throughout the month of May. It doesn't say how long, it just says that these things must be taught. So it could be doing within a week to make sure our high school students have access to it.
Yeah, it's interesting because the statute, you're right, it doesn't indicate how long or how much. It only says that comprehensive, age-appropriate, and developmentally appropriate K through 12 health education that addresses concepts of community health, consumer health, environmental health, and family life should include mental and emotional health, injury prevention and safety, internet safety, nutrition, personal health, prevention and control disease, substance use and abuse, prevention of child sexual abuse, exploitation, and human trafficking. And then, of course, it continues on to what that looks like with regard to the health education curriculum for the grades 6 through 12. I guess my concern or my question, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, you broke up. You might want to back up about 20 seconds.
So I guess my concern and my question is ensuring that we're not taking away from the instruction of math skills, for example, since we've been on that topic for quite a bit, closing the achievement gap academically, and not conflating that time with some of these other things that should be handled within the health education program. Not that they're not important, but I just don't want us to overlap in areas that will take away from children's academic needs and do it appropriately, obviously, within the right curriculum. So if we have a health curriculum, then our health curriculum should include all these things in it that need to be included. Why have a health curriculum and an SEL curriculum and PBIS and this and that and the other thing? It just seems too complicated. Just make it simple. Simple, straight to the point, easy, get it all comprehensively in one curriculum, and set the schedule so it's not conflicting one with the other.
And that is our goal. That's why we met last week as a team with CNI, all of us together, and we're working, that's the goal, to make sure it's not something additional to what are we currently doing and how can we embed it into the day, and what are the current resources that we have to make sure that this is happening in our classrooms.
Good, thank you. Because in the same statute, there's provision here that also needs to be taken into consideration is the study of Hispanic contributions, the study of women contributions to the United States, the nature and importance of free enterprise, the teaching of civics, that we were talking about civics before, the encouraging patriotism and the sacrifices that veterans and Medal of Honor recipients have made. All of this falls within the same statute under what needs to be, taught to our kids. So I'm glad to hear that it's under review. I look forward to hearing an update on it. But the more we do, the more complicated it becomes. So if we can simplify it, like I mentioned, and get the real things, or rather the prioritized items first, then I think everything else will follow along.
Thank you. That is the goal.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jones?
Thank you to Dr. Schiff for bringing this up in December, and to Student Services for bringing us this information so quickly. We appreciate it. Pretty solid on the school safety issues that Mr. Teskey reviewed. As a former middle and high school principal, I know in state statute we're responsible for a safe learning environment. So I guess one question on there was zero tolerance. When are students suspended out of school? Not Altos, not Aspire, anywhere. When does that happen?
Through the chair, depending on the event or the activity, suspension is something that's never going to completely go absolutely all the
Right.
way. There are behaviors that take place in a school, and I can speak specifically as an inner city principal of 3 different high schools. The principal has to maintain and keep control of his or her building. And you know that because
Right.
Sebastian was very similar to some of the schools in which I led. Those kinds of behaviors, you will look at the code of conduct, the practice that we wanted to put in place that I know that we have curtailed was a behavior leading to outdoor suspension in which that wasn't the appropriate response. Little continuous disruptive behaviors. Very quick modifications could have taken place. We have eliminated that practice and have created the systems that we've covered in this presentation to help those students identify what those behaviors are and then how to replace them with positive behaviors that ultimately
Right.
don't lead to that. But when you're disrupting the function of a school, if you have a weapon, that Sensor data that we were talking about, there's no intervention when you're conducting illegal acts in a school. It's going to lead to possibly arrest, although arrests are down. Suspensions will still be there, and those still take place, unfortunately.
And when I look at the mental health component, I was not surprised with the 6th and 9th grade as a former middle school and high school principal. Those years were the struggling years for the most part. And I also believe that mental health referrals are positive, for our students, working with our parents, working with our teachers if there's a concern. So I see that as a positive. We talk a lot about climate and culture and then leading to student success. And all those components are really, really good, especially the early warning indicators. I mean, I didn't have this kind of data. I was starting to get there a little bit, but those are crucial. And man, we were down to that last minute on credit recovery for our seniors, and making sure at that time it was FCAT and PERT and Algebra EOC or whatever it is now. But I look at social and emotional learning, it always comes back. I was doing it as a teacher when I didn't even know I was doing it. There's a welcoming classroom, you can ask questions, there's no bullying, I mean, all that's there. I've said it 100 times, the art and science of teaching. And any great teacher knows this. You better know your content today, the science of teaching, because they can look it up on the phone in 2 seconds. I was lucky, I had to go to the library and look it up. They can tell you you're wrong in 2 seconds. But that art, that relationship that you establish in the classroom, in the hallway, as an administrator, in the cafeteria, as a bus driver, that is how you create and sustain your safe climates. Now, will you have an issue here and there? Yes, you will. But if they have even one person on that campus with whom they can speak on a regular basis, that's what make our schools safe. And then the communication, we have all these things. But Dr. Schiff, thank you for bringing this up, because I know this is just a surface, and we don't want to make more work because we know everybody out there is doing the work, but it helps us understand it a little bit more, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple things, make a couple statements too. First of all, that one-on-one person, that's Kids at Hope.
Yes.
And when I put that into place in my campus that I took over in F school, Pam, it changed the culture of the school. So I will continue to push Kids at Hope because it's a mantra that teaches adults how to relate to children without punishment versus positivity. And I would like to see us go back to promoting that more, just my own personal beef.
On our list.
Thank you. So here we are again looking, Dr. McMahon, and thank you again, because here we are looking at Power BI data, and it can be overwhelming. It can be overwhelming, but it's also a very powerful tool, and it really shows us where the areas of concern are and where the areas of growth are, so we appreciate that. As a principal, when you have students that are coming to you in the office, and I love to refer to them as my little frequent flyers, when I had my little frequent flyers come, I had to do differentiated discipline too. Not everything works for the same child. Again, there are non-negotiables. You know, you go put it into SISR and you say, all right, what are my options as a principal for punishment? But I always made sure that the punishment also had education with it. We are in the business of educating. We have to educate children on the best behavior, how to behave in a group, how to behave socially. Not every child comes equipped with that information. So, again, drill down to the root cause of what the problem is for the child if they continue to come to your office for whatever reason. So when I would do that, you know, one of the things I put in place was Saturday school with the principal and working with the parent to say, I'm going to be not only having them clean up the campus, physically cleaning up the campus, but having an hour with me on discussion and getting to know the principal and getting that one-on-one opportunity to get to know the child and know that I care about them. What I'm saying is sometimes all doesn't fit even with discipline. So let me give an example of one of my beefs, because you know what's coming, Dr. Moore. And my beef is with vaping. Vaping is number one problem we've got right now. A lot of people say, oh, it's bullying, it's other stuff. I'm going to give you the data. You like data? I'm going to give you some data. So vaping, though, when I ask, where are we with a student that's been caught vaping, which, by the way, is very rare for them to be caught. So when they are caught with vaping, what is the discipline? And it's suspension. So my question is that working? And I can tell from the data it's not, because the state average, there were 50,971 incidences reported in Cesar last year. Out of those, 8,000 of them were vaping. The next one down was 6,000 was drugs. The next one down, 5,000 was marijuana. And then we get way down to 2,000, that's bullying, and all the rest were in the hundreds. Okay, so if you look at our data in St. Lucie, here we go, Indian River. I look at you, Pam, and I say that, sorry. So in Indian River, we had, I can't remember how many incidences were. Let's see, there were a total of, get that in a second. Oh, here it is. The problem is they put the report in A to H, and we are on the A to H page, which we are I don't understand how we got there. All right, 268 total instances that were reported to Cesar last year. Out of that, 165 of them were vaping. That's our number one. Number two was down to 50. That was drugs. Number three was also 51. 50 was marijuana, and 18 was bullying. Those were just reported. So again, if we're looking at data and we're saying, how are we going to bring our suspension rates down? And how are we going to educate our kids and our parents on what's best for them? Vaping is a problem for us. And I know from the local rule being taken away last year by the legislature that we have 300 places that you can purchase vaping materials in Indian River County alone. And out of those 300, they can now put all these beautiful colors and all these wonderful flavors next to toys and bubble gum.
I just found out about that.
Yes, ma'am. So it's a big concern of mine. I just had a group come and speak to the local Treasure Coast Council of Local Governments, and all their jaws dropped, because I don't think people realize what a big, huge issue this is. And I am only harping on one issue, I realize that. But I'm going to tell you, I see EverFi was one of the things where you're getting lessons from. Do they have vaping lessons? Or can we use either those or set up a counseling session so when a child is caught vaping, I think we need to involve the parents, because I think parents are not aware of how dangerous vaping is. Did you know that one vaping little pod has 20 cigarettes in it? And these kids are consuming 20 cigarettes a day of nicotine. That's huge. And I don't think parents realize the nicotine that's in there, plus all the other dangerous chemicals, as somebody pointed out to me today, that we're not even discussing that are in there. and doing harm to their bodies. It's a huge epidemic. So could we look at maybe changing from suspension automatically of vaping, just one area that we can look at, to educating and involving a parent? The parent has to come to school, sit with the child, look at something on vaping, and have a discussion about it. Something like that.
We are addressing this situation. I mean, vaping definitely is on our radar. We currently have a anti-vaping campaign that is in progress. It started this week.
I saw it on the website.
Very good. So we are actively addressing the matter. And so we have the first week that we have is teen brains are still developing, which is one part of this. Week 2 we'll have looking at 74% of high school students in Florida do not vape. This is just what we're going to be doing. Our plan in place, looking at e-cigarette aerosol. It's not water vapor. Week 4, the long-term effects of vaping are unknown. So this is what we're going to be
What age
moving
levels?
forward with, as well as we have like a little, even this week, doing some campaigning at some of the schools in the morning, and just, again, so we can bring some awareness, because students need to be aware of the effects of this. So,
And I'll jump in as well. Prior to break, Mrs. Bass went to every secondary school and met with the principal and their school teams. And this is how this blew up to where we're going to do this anti-vaping campaign, and we included some community members as well. We've been on some calls to collaborate and work with them to provide resources and supports, as well as providing some sessions for parents. Mrs. Bass is going to be sending that information out, as well of different modules students can participate in, looking at some other resources that we can have on campus. So it's educating them not just after school, but during lunchtime and some of these other opportunities, as well as showing them videos. They need to see the videos to see how this affects the brain as well as the lungs, et cetera. So this has been on our radar. It has not gone unnoticed, and we have a lot of things planned for this 9 weeks to push this out.
Great, I'll talk to you about that personally later.
Okay.
Do you know the youngest child that they've actually caught with vaping materials and wound up getting some sort of help?
And just so you know, we were originally focusing, we were going to focus on just middle and high school, and the principals, when we went over, we were going to focus, the elementary principals said we need this in elementary school as well, because we have the
What-
7
what's
years
the
old.
answer?
7-year-old was caught. So I think we need to be woken up from this, because it is a much more serious concern, I think.
Yeah.
When I'm hearing teachers complaining that are AP and IB teachers complaining that kids are vaping by just doing this, they can't smell it, they don't see it, so the teachers aren't catching it, and this is going on all day long. So I think it's a serious, serious problem for us.
And in addition to everything that was shared in terms of what we're doing on the proactive side, I couldn't agree more. Looking at a different, or very specific consequence when caught, that includes partnering with the parents is something very, very interesting. I know we spoke earlier today, but I was very intrigued, so we will be following up on that.
We need to educate our parents, because I don't think they realize how dangerous these are.
I agree.
But thank you. I'll get off that soapbox. Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, I want to respond to that and circle back around to something, because I 100% agree with you about the severity and the seriousness of vaping. As the only one sitting on this panel who's the parent of a teenager right now, I can almost guarantee you that all of our presentations and our warnings and our cautions and our fears, spoken in adult language, do not reach kids.
Right.
They just don't. I have teenagers circling in and out of my house on a regular basis. I guarantee you the things that we talk about, because we understand them in a particular way and because we've been there and we've done things and we're adults, do not reach teenagers. So unless we can craft presentations or whatever it is in a way that reaches teens, we're banging our heads against a brick wall is my concern. The other thing is that if you are out and about in this county at all, you know that adults are doing this just as much as teens are. They're modeling the behavior. Yeah, if you go into restaurants, if you go into bars, if you go walking on the street, you will see that adults have these in their hands and they're doing them regularly, whether it's nicotine or other substances, because we can't detect it, we can't smell it, all of that. So while I don't disagree, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you, and I have that conversation on a regular basis with my teen. But I can tell you, teens being who they are in that stage of their physiological, biological, psychological, and mental emotional development cannot hear a word I'm saying about it.
They need to hear it from another student.
They need to
Yeah,
hear it
exactly.
from another, my child can hear from another adult, but kids, teens are biologically wired to be pretty sure they know everything at this point. Anybody who has ever lived with one has had this experience. So I would suggest that as we think about how best to do this not be another adult PowerPoint presentation with a bunch of people in the room about how bad vaping is. Because I don't think that's the way we get at the issue. That's, yeah.
Well, I know that there's some YouTube videos, for example, because that came up, where students can see other students talk about the effects of vaping, what it has done to them. So that's a real great approach for them to be able to see, just hearing from their peers, that what it's done to them.
There was a
physically and
presentation
mentally.
at Sebastian High School. This was probably 3 years ago. It was a guy named J.C. Pohl, and he came in to do a thing about bullying, and he did an assembly. And he did it in a way that he so spoke to kids that kids who usually check out could actually hear him. And then he did a leadership workshop with them in the gymnasium at the time, and he polled like certain kids. I have no idea what the long-term effects of that were, but I know that because of how he spoke, he could reach kids in a language they could hear. And not all of us are really good at that. So I encourage us to spend some time and attention thinking that through. I'm also really aware, you mentioned Mrs. Bass is putting together this presentation. I know she's doing something with it. It was the trunk, I'm not a football person. What's that? Tailgate.
Tailgate.
The vaping tailgate
Yeah,
thing I know is
yeah.
coming up. But, you know, again, I hear about how stretched thin our resources are and how much is falling on our mental health staff and our social work staff and our psychology staff to do everything from intensive individualized services with kids who really need it, to seeing them once, to mental health referrals to outside agencies, to dealing with vaping, to truancy, to all of this. And I'm concerned, and this, again, is something I'd like to have brought back in future presentations. I am concerned about the degree to which we actually have the staff and the resources to do this. I know it's hard to hold on to people in this area, and it's hard to attract them, but I really have a concern that we don't have simply the human power that we need in our schools, whether or not it's a good thing that we're getting more mental health referrals. The fact is, when we double our mental health referrals, we're not doubling our staff to deal with those, right? So if last year we had 300 and something or other, or what, I don't remember, 514, I don't have it in front of me, and this year at halfway through the year we see 287, but we're still either at the same staffing level or less than because people are out or because they're on other things. I'm concerned that we don't have the resources, right, to deal with this. So I'm hoping when we come back that you can tell me more about that and how we're situated as those referrals go up. If it is a good thing that people are seeking help, how are we able to meet those needs as more than just a one-off sit-down, and particularly dig into the kids who need more intensive services and how we are coordinating those.
Perfect. And we look forward to bringing that. And I think, as I said when we began, as we close, this is one of probably of a number of conversations because this is a priority for us as staff and you as a board. So we'll took a lot of notes, and we'll be able to bring that information and keep this conversation at the forefront, which is exactly where it should be.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then our final items, we will turn it over to Mr. Bass, who has 2 items to present to the board that will not come for approval until January 24th.
Good afternoon. Doubt we'll have nearly as much conversation about these 2 items. First one I have is the out-of-field report, which is something we have to bring to you guys to get approved each year, both in the fall and in the winter. October and February, we will actually be bringing it to you on the 24th. Right now, our out-of-field report has got 67 teachers on it, which is down from the fall, which was at 90 teachers, and also comparative to last February, it was at 90 teachers. So we are making progress, keeping in mind about 36 of those individuals are solely needing ESOL, which you have a window of time to get that 3 years. So that's the first item I have for you. And then the second item I have for you is the salary schedule, some amendments to the salary schedule. We originally approved this back in July. There are 3 items that have been amended. The first is the pay schedule for CWA. That's a direct result of the negotiations that took place earlier in the year. The second items on page 6 and 7, there were mental health specialists, social work positions that we bumped up in pay due to not being able to competitively attract individuals in those fields with our neighboring districts. Also, there's a contract procurement coordinator position that was placed in there. That was something new that I do not believe we have filled, have we?
No, we have not, pending, that was the job description that Mr. Fagan briefed the board prior to the break.
Yes. So we put it in there in anticipation. And then the last item was the instructional placement salary schedule to make it a little more competitive, again, for attracting teachers coming into the district, those with years of experience. So those are the 3 changes to the salary schedule, and those are my 2 items.
Anyone have a comment? Just one thing, I would like to say one word, or I guess it's a term, ESOL. It continues to be an issue. Are we offering enough ESOL classes?
Yes, ma'am. I feel like we're offering enough. There, we're seeing a lot of times that I'm not going to say that it's not the urgency to get it, but I think it's human nature when you have a window of time,
To
and
wait until last second.
it's not a small window. People procrastinate a little bit, and if you think about it, it is very easy for particularly beginning teachers to procrastinate with something like that, simply because they are so overwhelmed because they're in this new demanding profession. I think we're offering enough stuff and offering support, but it's just something we'll just have to continuously work on.
And I don't want to mislead, there's been significant work, and I know staff is watching, the level of accountability. And I think what we observed when I first arrived were teachers that had been on the list for forever and a day. And the number's not growing because basically you could be out of field, and the intentionality of bringing that to the board is to ensure that we don't have instructors out of field for an extended amounts of time. So there's processes in place through Mr. Meyer's office to ensure that students, A, are being appropriately placed, and B, principals are being notified and held accountable for the number of staff at their school sites regarding out of field, and then ensuring that we do have the offerings. Having the offerings and then connecting those who need to take them because they have been on the list for an extended amount of time is that yin and yang between accountability and support. So that list has drastically reduced. Where we currently are exceeds our strategic plan target for this particular year. Even the report that we published on Monday, even though it doesn't go to the 24th, but over the course of just last week, I think it was 6 names where they completed the coursework, that those names will fall off as well. When you see the item that comes to you on the 24th, it'll be at least six less. So significant work being done, aligned to our strategic plan, so just proud of that effort, and it'll continue to go down.
Okay, thank you. All right, unless any board members have any final comments.
A couple of things, if I may. I guess when I went into my box and saw this thumb drive, the amount of information on that thumb drive was overwhelming, and it just seems to me that I know it was requested by one of us, but if we have a request like that, I think there's got to be a way to tailor it, because I think I know it put a tremendous amount of work on the back of staff and people to go out and get information. I don't know what in the world. We need information and emails from September through the end of November between everybody and their uncle. But I think frankly, it was inconsiderate. It should have been tailored in a manner that could have been dealt with more easily. That's just a comment. That's my opinion. Number two, as I mentioned the last meeting, Dr. Moore and I were invited to speak at the other night at Quail Valley, and we have another one coming up. And I would tell you, and Dr. Moore was the star of the show, as you can imagine. There were roughly 100 people there. It was supposed to last an hour. It had lasted an hour and 15 minutes, and if it hadn't been for the bar was open and dinner was being served, it might still be going on. And the thing that was most refreshing about it, there were a couple of things. Number one, the whole Q&A was focused on educational outcomes. There was no questions, comments about all the noise, the political conversation that we've had to deal with here about CRT and equity and, on and on and on. There was also a suggestion and some conversation about, is there a way, we have a number of 501c3s in the community that focus on children, and a number of services, everything from the homeless to the Boys and Girls Club. Was there a way to get organized, better organized, not the school district, but the community as a whole, so that the strategies of these organizations were better aligned with the school district's strategy? And as a result of that suggestion and some conversations, I know Ms. Emerson was there, and as in most things, she's willing to take a lead along with Wanda Lincoln, and if you know Wanda as well, first in how to get things done, to see if we can't bring the district and these various organizations together in a way that would get more benefit, more leverage than maybe we're currently getting, which is substantial. But you just look at, there's so many of these organizations, and they all do good work, but there's probably too many of them. And some consolidation and better coordination, I think, would produce better outcomes. But I wanted you to know that it was refreshing to sit down with a group of people who really were interested. I mean, the number of comments I got over the weekend, and actually I got a phone call on the driving over here today. People were amazed at, one, the challenges that were faced. Yes, progress has been made, as Dr. Moore pointed out, but it's only relative to other parts of Florida. The fact of the matter, there's probably virtually no student in the state of Florida that isn't behind where they would normally have been were it not for the pandemic. And the expectation for these kids when they get to college or vocational school or out in the real world, they're potentially in for a shock. And so I think people recognize that. Certainly Dr. Moore made that point very clear. And it's why a lot of the extra effort put into math, or what we talked a little bit, or Dr. Moore did, about pre-K. We talk about the literacy challenges and the good work being done by Child Care Resources, the Learning Alliance, and all these. There's just so many things that need to be done that ultimately will, I guess, improve the path for these young people as they progress through elementary school and middle school. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, but it was meetings like these that I think the community, and you're talking about, by and large, a group of folks that aren't paying a lot of attention. Public education in Indian River County, most of them, they support their schools, their children's schools, in many cases, their grandchildren's schools, but it's financial support. It's easy to write a check. It's not so easy to offer your comments and your support and your advice and your wisdom and your experience. And I think the more opportunities we have to be out in the community and talk, not to the folks that show up here, because these folks aren't going to come here, but they do vote, they do care what's going on, they recognize that education is a real challenge in this country. It's not just here, it's everywhere. And I think a couple of them said you should be feel very fortunate you have someone like Dr. Moore at the helm. So I don't want him to get too puffed up over there, but no, I'm not worried about it. But at any rate, it was a very productive evening. I hope we have another one. And any opportunities that any of you with the organizations that you're associated with, and we sort of approach it, the past, the present, and the future. That was the theme, and I talked a little bit about the past, what he inherited, and then where we are now, and then what the hope for the future is. And I thought that it was good, and I thought you all should be aware of that, and any opportunities that you identify where he can get out and tell the story, complemented, supplemented by any of you, would be well worth the time spent.
Great, thank you. Any other, since we only meet now one business meeting a month, so I wanted to give board members an opportunity to speak if they wanted to at the end of this. Anybody else? Dr. Jones?
I'd like to thank Dr. Moore and our chair for putting together a workshop that, if you look at everything there, it all somehow related to our students. Not always directly, but indirectly. And I was very, very pleased with that. I did want to share, I wasn't able to go to this presentation before Christmas because it conflicted with another event, but I went to Storm Grove, and I think Dr. Moore was there, and Dr. Jacobs, and Ann Bieber was there. And it was the chorus director, and he has started a, if you will, an inclusion ESE chorus class like we did at Sebastian, and it was just absolutely wonderful. They did a little presentation from their holiday presentation, and it was just great seeing the interaction of the teacher with the students and how much fun they were having and learning. And I don't think we'll ever be able to say enough about our graduation rates. Congratulations to kindergarten through 12th grade. I know as a high school principal I'll be going, yay, but I know it took everybody to get us there. And just looking at how we were in the state, and again, everybody had the same analysis this year, and I know we've got work to do, but I was very, very pleased with that, and I'm just very cognizant of staff work, and I appreciate what came into this workshop today, because I think we get a lot of work done here where we can discuss it and be ready when we have to vote, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Schiff?
You know, I don't think in this whole meeting we actually welcomed our new attorney.
Yeah.
Oh,
You got off
Yeah.
the hook today.
I thought
don't know
about
what's
that.
going on.
And so thank you for being here. Thank you for, this was mostly an observational meeting, just the way it turned out, but, you know, don't think they always go this way, but glad you're here, happy to see you, thank you for being here, look forward to working with you.
Baptism by fire.
Right, and there was something, oh gosh, there was something that you just made, and what I'm also noticing, this is the first time that we've gone to a Monday, and that after having been here for 4 hours or more, I was here earlier for meetings, to not now be going into a potentially 3-hour meeting tonight, feels like we were able to focus so much better on the information that we had today, that I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how this goes. So, yeah, I feel like we still have energy, we are refreshed, we're focused, we're not saving the rest of our energy to go through, you know, the evening or figuring out where we're going to eat. So I think I might be liking this new structure. So thanks for that.
Okay, Ms. Rosario, are you good?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that. I also wanted to remind everyone that the original consensus was to combine superintendent workshop and in part some of the board discussion items so that we would be here for, one day just like today, and then the superintendent would tackle on a little bit of time after his workshop for any discussion items that we had. Because we still have a space holder in our board meetings for discussion items. And essentially on that last Monday of the month where we would have our meetings, it would just be the meeting and not the discussion session. This month, I think, looks just a little bit different. I'm not sure if there is anything. I see Dr. Moore's head shaking yes, only because it is the first month. But moving forward, the hope is that we would meet just like today for all discussion and workshop items, and then only just the business meeting on that last Monday. And if we don't have anything to discuss on the last Monday of this month, on the 24th, I think it is, if we don't have anything to discuss, or if there's only one or two items, if we, again, put it onto our business meeting, that would eliminate coming in during the day on that day. Dr. Moore, would you like to follow up on that?
No, that is correct. So at the end of this month, so as I staffed out work in November and December, because we moved to the possible just having one meeting a month on December, the last week in December, I'd already tasked out work. So to not overburden staff and reorganize their work, I kept it the same for them this month. So as we go into next month, we'll follow what was agreed upon at our last board meeting. And Ms. Berenborg and myself will work it out and push out the information in terms of agendas.
Okay, and I just like to say
Thank you.
welcome.
And then the last thing,
Oh,
and then the last thing I just wanted to confirm, if Dr. Moore can confirm, that it is indeed accurate, correct, that the Martin Luther King parade events have been canceled?
Through the chair, I have not looked at my email for the last 4 hours, but not that I'm aware of. We're looking forward to having that Monday, but I will check.
oh, I heard it was canceled.
I don't think so. Is
Okay,
it?
I got,
It was announced as such.
And then it was, he corrected. and that was a
Oh.
mistake,
No,
yeah.
last week.
said it was deleted from my calendar, that's why,
No, it's just,
It was put back on.
oh, it was?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
You'll give us direction where we meet and everything.
we'll
Okay.
do all that. We're working on we're in a good place. We're looking forward to it.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up, because I thought it was canceled, so I appreciate that. I'd just like to say welcome.
Wait, so what was the response? Because it's hard to hear.
Through the chair, it is still on. So the day that we came back, there was an individual communicated to us that it was canceled, but that individual was mistaken. So we pushed back out the invites, which still should be on everyone's calendar to take place Monday. And I'll follow up with additional communication.
Okay, so we'll hear more then, right?
Yep.
Obviously.
Absolutely.
Okay, so welcome, Ms. Shattuck. We appreciate you being here, and thank you for taking on this task. And I'd like to say a thank you to Peggy Poisel for filling in. I know we're looking forward to having Ms. Esplin back. I know I am, because there's a lot of administration stuff behind the scenes, and I appreciate you filling in and doing your work. And also, you may not know, Sarah Milliman has also been filling in for some of that, so we appreciate that. Just curious, Dr. Jacobs facilitated our board protocol item and did all that. Will we be receiving something in writing that is the final document, or?
Well, you can say.
Through the chair, we're going to bring that back before the board, so as we prep for the upcoming week on the January 24th, if the time's appropriate, to approve that as an item now.
Okay, that's why I wanted to find out if we're going to put that on the agenda. All right, unless anyone has an objection, this meeting is adjourned. It is 4:07.